Hello everyone, and welcome to the DxD Tales. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Issei had the Ultimatrix and forged an alien harem with Yasaka and Rossweisse. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Cosmic Inheritance. Night sky fractured with emerald light as something tore through the atmosphere above Kuo town. Issei Hyodo paused on his walk home, brown eyes reflecting the unusual phenomenon. Unlike the gentle arc of a shooting star, this object zigzagged erratically, as if fighting against gravity itself. When it finally plummeted toward the wooded area behind his neighborhood, the impact sent a tremor through the ground that rattled his teeth. Curiosity overwhelmed caution. Issei adjusted his school bag and changed direction, heading toward the fading glow that pulsed between the trees. The logical part of his brain suggested calling authorities, but another part, the part that had always craved something extraordinary to happen in his mundane life, propelled him forward. Probably just a meteorite, he muttered, pushing past branches that clawed at his uniform. But what if it's not? The crater appeared suddenly as he crested a small hill. Perfectly circular and surprisingly small, it contained no massive space rock but rather a metallic sphere no larger than a basketball. Its surface shifted with geometric patterns that seemed to flow like liquid despite being clearly solid. As Issei approached, the object hissed open along invisible seams. Inside lay a device unlike anything he'd ever seen, a gauntlet or bracer of some kind, primarily black with green circuitry patterns across its surface. At its center sat a dial or interface surrounded by unfamiliar symbols. Definitely not a meteorite, Issei whispered, kneeling beside the crater. The rational response would be to back away, to call someone qualified to handle extraterrestrial objects. Instead, Issei reached toward it, fingertips tingling with anticipation. The moment his skin made contact, the device sprang to life, leaping from its container and clamping around his left wrist with startling speed. What the? Issei tumbled backward, frantically pulling at the device now seemingly fused to his arm. Get off! A holographic display projected from the circular interface, displaying alien script that rapidly shifted to Japanese characters. DNA scan complete. Host compatibility. Marginal. Ultimatrix integration initiating. Pain lanced up Issei's arm as the device sent tendrils of green energy beneath his skin. He bit back a scream, watching in horror and fascination as the energy traced his veins up to his shoulder before receding. When it stopped, the device had changed, looking sleeker and somehow more integrated with his arm. What are you? Issei asked, not really expecting an answer. I am the Ultimatrix, appeared in glowing text above the dial. Xenogenetic Transformation Matrix and Universal Translator. Created by Azimuth of Galvan Prime, modified by Albedo of Galvan Prime. Issei stared, mind racing to process what was happening. Genetic. You're saying you can transform? Affirmative. This unit contains the genetic codes of 1,913 sentient species across 73 galaxies. User may access transformations via interface selection. Before Issei could respond, his phone buzzed with a text message. Yuma Amano, his date for tomorrow, confirming their meeting at the central fountain. Despite the alien technology now attached to his wrist, Issei found himself smiling at the message. His first real date with an actual girl who had approached him, something even more unlikely than finding alien technology, considering his reputation. I need to get home and figure this out, he muttered, rising unsteadily to his feet. As he turned to leave, the alien container collapsed in on itself, folding into nothingness as if it had never existed. Only the disturbed earth of the crater remained as evidence of the night's impossible events. Sleep proved elusive. As Issei experimented with the Ultimatrix in his bedroom. The holographic display responded to his touch, cycling through silhouettes of bizarre creatures he couldn't begin to comprehend. Each alien form came with specifications in that strange script that the device translated for him, details about abilities, environmental adaptations, and limitations. This is insane, he whispered, pausing on a humanoid figure with what appeared to be flames emanating from its head. If this actually works, his finger hovered over the activation mechanism. What if he couldn't change back? What if E-transformation was painful or permanent. Doubt crept in, staying his hand until morning light began filtering through his window. Tomorrow, he decided, finally allowing exhaustion to claim him. After my date with Yuma. The central fountain sparkled in the afternoon sun as Issei waited, nervously adjusting his casual clothes and checking the Ultimatrix. He'd managed to make it look so. What like a stylish watch by fiddling with the settings, though nothing could completely disguise its alien nature. Issei-kun. Yuma's voice carried across the plaza. She waved, her long dark hair bouncing as she approached in a cute outfit that made his heart race. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, he replied, feeling suddenly self-conscious about the device on his wrist. You look amazing, she smiled, though something in her eyes seemed calculating rather than warm. Shall we get started? I was thinking we could visit the arcade first. Their date progressed pleasantly enough. Though Issei couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Yuma seemed to be watching him closely, particularly his left wrist, though he told himself he was being paranoid. By sunset, they had wandered into the park near where he'd discovered the Ultimatrix the previous night. I had a wonderful time today, Issei-kun, Yuma said as they stopped near the fountain at the park's center. The area was deserted, the lengthening shadows creating an atmosphere that suddenly felt ominous rather than romantic. Me too, Issei replied, trying to ignore his mounting discomfort. Maybe we could. Before we say goodbye, she interrupted. Stepping closer, there's something I'd like to ask you. Issei's pulse quickened. Was this the moment? His first kiss perhaps? Would you die for me? The words hung in the air for a moment before their meaning registered. Wait, what did you? His question died as Yuma transformed before his eyes. Her cute outfit disintegrated, replaced by leather straw. PS that barely covered strategic areas of her suddenly mature body. Most shocking, however, were the black feathered wings that erupted from her back, stretching wide against the darkening sky. This has been fun, but I have orders, she said, her voice deeper and laced with cruel amusement. My name is Rainer, and you've been marked for elimination by the Grigori. She raised her hand, conjuring a spear of pinkish light. Nothing personal. Well, actually it is. I despise being forced to pretend interest in pathetic humans like you. As she hurled the light spear toward his chest, time seemed to slow. Issei's survival instinct kicked in, his hand slapping down on the Ultimatrix's dial without conscious thought. Emerald light engulfed him just as the spear reached his position. The Trans formation felt like being simultaneously torn apart and reconstructed, yet paradoxically painless. His body changed fundamentally, mass increasing, skeletal structure shifting, skin hardening into crystalline plates. When the light faded, Issei stood nearly 9 feet tall, his body composed of green diamond-like material that refracted the evening light. Rainer's spear shattered harmlessly against his crystalline chest. What the hell? She screeched, wings flaring as she created another spear. What are you? Issei looked down at his transformed body in shock and wonder. Gnawed into his mind, Petrosapian physiology, capabilities, instinctive understanding of how to use this alien body. I don't know what I am, he replied, his voice deeper and resonating strangely through his crystalline form, but I'm not dying today. Rainer attacked again, throwing multiple spears in rapid succession. Issei raised his arms instinctively, discovering he could reshape them into sharp blades that deflected her weapons. Each movement felt simultaneously alien and natural, as if he'd always known how to fight in this form. You think changing shape will save you? Rainer snarled, circling overhead. The Grigori will never allow an unknown variable like you to exist. Whatever you are, you're dead. She swooped down, abandoning ranged attacks for direct combat. Issei braced himself, then realized he could do more than defend. Concentrating, he thrust his arm forward, surprised when crystal shards launched from his limb toward the fallen angel. She barely dodged, one shard slicing through her wing. You'll pay for that. Rainer landed, clutching her injured wing. What kind of sacred gear is this? It wasn't in our intelligence. Sacred gear, Issei repeated, the unfamiliar term confirming something he'd begun to suspect. There was more to this world than he'd ever known. This isn't whatever that is. This is the Ultimatrix. He gestured to the symbol on his chest, the ONL. Why part of him that resembled the device that had claimed his wrist? And apparently, it's the only reason I'm still alive. Rainer's eyes narrowed. Ultimatrix. Never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. You're still just a human playing with powers you don't understand. Maybe, Issei agreed, feeling more confident as he adjusted to his transformed state. But I'm learning fast. He charged forward, crystal arms formed into blades. Rainer took to the air again, but Issei had anticipated this. He launched a barrage of crystal shards that forced her to maintain distance. The fallen angel created a larger light spear, infusing it with more energy before hurling it with deadly accuracy. This time, instead of blocking, Issei refracted the energy through his crystalline body, redirecting it back toward Rainer. The redirected energy caught her by surprise, singeing her left wing and sending her spiraling to the ground. Impossible, she gasped, struggling to rise. No novice should be able to. Her words cut off as shadows rippled at the edge of the park. 3 more winged figures descended, each bearing light weapons of different colors. Rainer, you fool, said the tallest, a man in a trenchcoat with blue light emanating from his spear. You were supposed to observe and eliminate quietly, not engage in a public spectacle. Danesik, she spat, I had it under control until he transformed. The man, Danesik, turned his attention to Issei. Interesting. This isn't the sacred gear we were warned about. Something else entirely. His eyes gleamed with predatory interest. Perhaps we should capture rather than kill. 4 against 1, Issei muttered, assessing his opponents. Not great odds. The Ultimatrix symbol on his chest began blinking, a warning he somehow understood. This transformation had a time limit. He needed to escape before reverting to human form. Let's even those odds, came a female voice from behind him. Issei turned to see a beautiful woman with long black hair and piercing violet eyes. She wore what appeared to be a school uniform, but her demeanor radiated power beyond her apparent age. Akano Himahima, Danesik identified her with a scowl. Grimory's queen. This doesn't concern your master's territory. On the contrary, Akano replied, electricity crackling between her fingertips. Any supernatural activity in Kuo is very much our concern. Especially when fallen angels attack humans in our territory. Issei found himself caught between 2 forces he didn't understand, but instinct told him the newcomer represented his best chance of survival. The Ultimatrix continued blinking more rapidly. 4 fallen angels against 1 devil. Another fallen, a petite girl with blonde hair, laughed dismissively. Even a queen can't handle those odds. Who said she came alone? A new voice joined the standoff. A handsome blonde young man stepped from the shadows, a sword materializing in his hand that seemed to radiate holy energy. Next to him stood a small white-haired girl whose diminutive stature belied the dangerous aura surrounding her. Kiba, Kaneko, Danesik acknowledged through gritted teeth. The knight and rook, still no sign of your king. Rias Grimory sends her regards, Akano smiled sweetly, though her eyes remained cold. And her recommendation that you leave immediately. Danesik assessed the situation, clearly recalculating the odds. This isn't over, he decided, gesturing to his companions. Rainer, we're withdrawing. But the boy, she protested. As clearly more than he appears, Danesik cut her off. We'll report to Azazel and return with more information. The fallen angels retreated into the night sky, Rainer casting one venomous glance back at Issei before disappearing. The moment they vanished, the Ultimatrix gave a final warning beep before Issei reverted to human form in a flash of green light. The transformation felt like being compressed after existing as something greater, leaving him disoriented and wobbling on his feet. Interesting, Akano said, studying him with new curiosity. You're not what we expected either. Who are you people? Issei asked, struggling to process everything that had happened. What were those things? Fallen angels? Devils? What's happening? All fair questions, the blonde young man, Kiba, said with a sympathetic smile. But perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere more private and secure, added Kaneko in a monotone voice, scanning their surroundings. Akano nodded. Our president will want to meet you, especially given your unusual ability. Issei looked down at the Ultimatrix, which had reverted to its watch-like appearance. I barely understand it myself. Then we have much to discuss, Akano said. creating a glowing magic circle beneath their feet. Don't be alarmed. This will transport us to our club room. Before Issei could protest, light enveloped them. When it faded, Ey stood in an elegant room with Victorian furnishings, occult symbols adorning the walls, and large windows revealing a view of Kuo Academy at night. Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Kiba said with a slight bow. Though that's merely our cover. Cover for what? Issei asked, though he was beginning to piece things together. The door opened, revealing a stunning young woman with long crimson hair and blue-green eyes that assessed Issei with unnerving intensity. Cover for devil business, she said simply. I am Rias Grimori, heir to the house of Grimori and administrator of this territory. And you, Issei Hyodo, have become quite the enigma in the span of a single day. Issei sat uncomfortably on an antique sofa, feeling the weight of 4 pairs of eyes studying him with varying degrees of curiosity, suspicion, and interest. The Ultimatrix felt heavier on his wrist than before, its alien presence a constant reminder of how drastically his life had changed. Let me ensure I understand correctly, Rias said, leaning forward from behind her desk. Last night, you discovered an extraterrestrial device that bonded to your arm. This device allows you to transform into various alien species. And tonight, a fallen angel who had been disguised as your girlfriend attempted to kill you, forcing you to use this device in self-defense. That about covers it, Issei confirmed, wondering if his life could get any more surreal. Though I'm still trying to process the part where devils, angels, and apparently a bunch of other supernatural beings are real. Rias smiled, though the expression didn't quite reach her eyes. The supernatural world has existed alongside humanity since the beginning. We simply dares to prevent panic among ordinary humans. And where do I fit into all this? Issei asked, gesturing to the Ultimatrix. Why did those fallen angels target me before I even found this thing? The devils exchanged glances that confirmed Issei's suspicion. They knew more than they were saying. We believe, Rias said carefully, that you possess a sacred gear, a divine artifact granted to certain humans by the biblical God. The fallen angels detected his potential and sought to eliminate you before your power awakened. But this isn't a sacred gear, Issei countered, tapping the alien device. The Ultimatrix is technology, not magic. It literally fell from space. That's what makes this situation unusual, Akeno interjected. We were monitoring you because our familiars detected sacred gear potential. Yet what awakened isn't a sacred gear at all, but something outside our understanding. May I? Kiba asked, gesturing toward the Ultimatrix. Issei hesitantly extended his arm. Kiba examined the device without touching it, his eyes narrowing. It doesn't register as holy, demonic, or draconic, he confirmed. It's something else entirely. Extraterrestrial, Kaneko stated flatly, speaking for the first time since their arrival. Smells different. Rias circled her desk, approaching Issei with regal confidence. Normally, I would offer you a place in my peerage, a reincarnation as a devil under my household. Sacred gear users make valuable allies. She paused, studying the Ultimatrix with undisguised fascination. But your situation is unprecedented. I'm not looking to become a devil, Issei said firmly, surprising himself with his conviction. I just want to understand what's happening and learn how to control this thing. Rias nodded, though disappointment flickered across her features. Understandable. However, you should be aware that the fallen angels will return. And they won't be the only ones interested in your power. The Ultimatrix represents an unknown variable in the delicate balance between supernatural factions. Great, Issei muttered. So I've got a target on my back. Which is why you should consider our protection, Rias offered. Even without joining my peerage, we can offer alliance and guidance. Before Issei could respond, the room's temperature plummeted. Frost crystallized along the windows as a powerful presence manifested in the center of the room. The devils immediately tensed, magic circles appearing around their hands as they positioned themselves protectively. The air shimmered as a woman materialized, tall and imposing with long blue hair that seemed to flow like water. Her eyes glowed with ancient power, slitted pupils marking her as inhuman. She wore elaborate sapphire-colored robes that shifted like scales in the light. Tiamat, Rias whispered, shock evident in her voice. Grimori, the woman acknowledged with regal indifference before turning her attention to Issei. So you're the one who brought the cosmic anomaly to this realm. Issei stood, Sama, now knowing that remaining seated would be interpreted as weakness. Who are you? I am Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon and strongest of the 5 Dragon Kings, she replied, her voice resonating with power. And you, human, have acquired something that does not belong in this world. The Ultimatrix, Issei confirmed, resisting the urge to hide the device. I didn't ask for it. Few ask for power, Tiamat observed, circling him with predatory grace. Yet how they wield it once obtained reveals their true nature. She paused, inhaling deeply. Curious. The device has already begun adapting to your genetic structure. Its energy signature is becoming entwined with your life force. Rias stepped forward cautiously. Dragon King Tiamat, with all respect, what interest does one of your stature have in this matter? Tiamat's gaze remained fixed on Issei as she answered. Dragons are cosmic beings, Grimoire. We sense disturbances across dimensional boundaries. This device, she indicated the Ultimatrix, tore through multiple reality layers to reach this world. Its presence creates ripples that even gods will notice in time. The implications sent a chill down Issei's spine. Are you saying I should get rid of it? Impossible, Tiamat stated flatly. The bonding process is irreversible without the Creator's intervention. And Azimuth of Galvan Prime does not exist in this dimension. The dragon's knowledge of the Ultimatrix's creator surprised Issei. You know about Azimuth. I know of many things beyond this world's boundaries, Tiamat replied cryptically. Including the capabilities of Galvan technology and the potential dangers it represents. Dangers? Rias prompted, clearly gathering intelligence. Tiamat finally acknowledged the devils fully. This device contains genetic samples from species that could individually threaten entire pantheons. In the wrong hands, it could destabilize the power balance that has maintained peace between supernatural factions for centuries. And in my hands? Issei asked quietly. The dragon studied him with ancient eyes that seemed to peer into his very soul. That, she said after a long moment, remains to be determined. She extended a clawed hand toward the Ultimatrix, stopping just short of touching it. I sense 10 primary transformations have been unlocked initially, with more becoming available as the wielder proves worthy. A safeguard built into the device. Issei felt a surge of relief. At least he wouldn't have immediate access to world-threatening power. So I can learn to control it gradually. Perhaps, Tiamat conceded. Though time may be a luxury you cannot afford. Others will come seeking this power. Others besides fallen angels and devils. Issei asked. Angels, yokai, gods from various pantheons. And creatures drawn to cosmic anomalies, Tiamat confirmed. This device will attract attention across realms. Rias stepped forward. All the more reason for him to accept our protection. Your protection? Tiamat's laugh held no humor. You barely understand what you're facing, young devil. This transcends your territorial claims and family politics. Before Rias could respond, Tiamat turned back to Issei. I will monitor your progress, human. Use this power wisely, and you may find allies in unexpected places. Abuse it. Her eyes glowed ominously, and I will personally ensure it passes to a more worthy wielder. Quote, with that warning hanging in the air, Tiamat vanished as suddenly as she had appeared, leaving only a lingering chill and the scent of ozone. Well, Akano, broke the silence with forced cheerfulness, it seems you've attracted quite remarkable attention, Issei-kun. Issei collapsed back onto the sofa, the weight of responsibility settling over him like a shroud. A dragon king just threatened to kill me if I misuse alien technology that I barely understand. And apparently every supernatural faction will be hunting me soon. He buried his face in his hands. Yesterday my biggest concern was whether I'd ever get a girlfriend who wasn't trying to murder me. Welcome to the supernatural world, Kaneko deadpanned, offering him a cookie from a plate he hadn't noticed before. Despite everything, Issei found himself laughing, a slightly hysterical sound that nevertheless released some of his tension. So what now? Rias resumed her seat behind the desk, her expression calculating. Now we prepare. Whether you choose to align with us or remain independent, you need to learn about this world and how to control your new abilities. And quickly, Kiba added, his normally pleasant expression serious. Tiamat wasn't exaggerating about the attention you'll attract. Issei looked down at the Ultimatrix, feeling the weight of destiny shifting around him. I need to test this thing properly. Understand what I'm working with. We can help with that, Rias offered. The old school building has a barrier around it that prevents detection from outside. You could practice transformations here safely. Uekli with any faction seemed unwise until he understood the political landscape better. I appreciate the offer, he said carefully, but I think I need time to process everything first. Maybe we can talk again tomorrow. Disappointment flashed across Rias's face before she composed herself. Of course. Take the night to consider your options. We'll escort you home to ensure no further fallen angel attacks. As they prepared to leave, Akeno approached Issei privately. A word of advice, she murmured. Rias is kind and honorable. But she also has obligations to her family and faction. Everyone who approaches you will have their own agenda, remember that. Issei nodded, grateful for the candid warning. Including you. Akeno smiled enigmatically. Including me. But unlike most, I'm telling you so up front. Later that night, alone in his bedroom, Issei stared at the ceiling as sleep eluded him. The Ultimatrix glowed softly in the darkness. A constant reminder of how drastically his existence had changed in just 24 hours. Computer or whatever you are, he addressed the device quietly. What am I supposed to do with you? To his surprise, the Ultimatrix responded, projecting a small holographic display above his wrist. Primary function. Xenogenetic transformation. Secondary functions. Universal translation, information database. Emergency beacon. Asterisk. Emergency beacon. Issei sat up. You mean you can call for help? Affirmative. Signal range. 3.7 light years under optimal conditions. Current status. Disabled. Asterisk. Disabled. Why? Dimensional transition damaged communication array. Self-repair estimated completion. 83 standard days. Asterisk. Issei processed this information slowly. So you can't see. Contact whoever made you or wherever you came from. Negative. Dimensional barriers prevent standard communication with Origin Universe. Asterisk. Origin Universe, Issei repeated softly. So you really are from another dimension. Not just another planet. Affirmative. Ultimatrix transported through quantum fracture during calibration. Origin. Dimension -1. Current location. Dimension 7291A. Asterisk. The implications were staggering. Not just alien technology, but technology from an entirely different reality with its own laws of physics, its own history, its own version of evolution. Can you tell me about your creator? Azimuth. The hologram shifted, displaying a small gray frog-like being with large eyes and a stern expression. Asterisk Azimuth of Galvan Prime. First thinker of the Galvan race. Consider. D. The smartest being in 3 galaxies, dimension -1 classification. Creator of the Omnitrix and subsequent iterations including the Ultimatrix. Asterisk. And why did he create you? Original Omnitrix perp. O's. Preservation of sentient species genetic codes and promotion of universal peace through understanding. Ultimatrix purpose. Similar with additional focus on evolutionary potential. Asterisk. Issei contemplated this, finding a strange comfort in knowing the device had been created with benevolent intentions. And why did you choose me? The Ultimatrix was silent for a moment longer than usual. Ultimatrix did not choose. Proximity activation protocol engaged during emergency landing. Current user selected by circumstance, not design. Asterisk. Great, Issei muttered. So I'm just the random guy who happened to be walking by. Correction. DNA compatibility scan indicates higher than average adaptation potential. Current user not optimal but acceptable. Asterisk. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Issei said sarcastically. So what am I supposed to do now? Recommended action. Master primary transformations before attempting to access additional genetic samples. Warning. Untrained usage may res. Ult in physical strain or psychological disorientation. Asterisk. Issei glanced at his alarm clock. 3:24 a.m. Too late to sleep, too early to start the day. Perfect time to experiment without interruption. All right, he decided, standing up and moving to the center of his room. Let's try this properly. Show me what transformations I can access now. The hologram expanded, displaying 10 silhouettes arranged in a circle. Each appeared distinctly alien, some humanoid, others wildly different from any earthly life form. How do I select one? Rotate dial to desired transformation. Press down to activate. Asterisk. Issei twisted the Ultimatrix's dial, watching as the holographic display shifted between aliens. He stopped on one that looked vaguely insectoid with 4 arms. This one, he decided, taking a deep breath. Here goes nothing. He pressed down on the dial. Emerald light engulfed him as his DNA rewrote itself temporarily. His muscles expanded, his skin hardened into a red exoskeleton, and Whoa! Additional arms erupted from his torso. When the transformation completed, Issei stood 7 feet tall with 4 powerful arms, enhanced strength, and reflexes that made his human form seem glacially slow by comparison. Whoa! He breathed, his voice deeper and rougher. This is intense. He flexed his 4 arms experimentally, marveling at the raw power he could feel in this form. Each movement came naturally despite the radically different physiology. The Ultimatrix had somehow imparted instinctive knowledge of how this body functioned. For the next hour, Issei tested this form's capabilities, its strength, agility, and limitations. He discovered he could leap nearly to his ceiling, punch hard enough to dent metal, as his desk unfortunately proved, and move with surprising grace despite his bulky frame. When the Ultimatrix eventually timed out, returning him to human form, Issei felt exhilarated rather than exhausted. The transformation had been energizing somehow, as if tapping into powers beyond human experience had awakened something within him. 1 down, 9 to go, he murmured, already eager to try another form. But dawn was approaching, and he needed at least some sleep before facing the new reality that awaited him. As he finally drifted off, Issei's dreams were filled with alien worlds and extraordinary powers. For the first time since his parents had died 3 years earlier. Leaving him alone in the world, Issei felt a sense of purpose forming, nebulous and uncertain, but undeniably present. The Ultimatrix had chosen him by chance, but what he did with that chance would be his choice entirely. Morning arrived with unwelcome brightness and the persistent beeping of Issei's alarm. He groaned, reaching to silence it with eyes still closed. Only, when his hand encountered nothing but air did he realize he was sleeping on the ceiling. What the? His surprise broke whatever had been holding him there, sending him crashing onto his bed below. Examining the Ultimatrix, Issei found it glowing with a faint blue aura that faded as he watched. Unconscious transformation detected, * the device informed him. Genetic material integration continuing during sleep cycle. Recommend monitoring for spontaneous manifestations of xenogenetic abilities. * You're saying parts of the alien DNA might affect me even when I'm not transformed? Issei asked, alarmed. Affirmative. Prolonged symbiosis with Ultimatrix results in gradual incorporation of beneficial genetic traits. Process typically requires months of regular usage. But it's happening already. Anomaly detected. Accelerated integration may result from dimensional transition effects or unknown compatibility factors in current users' DNA. Issei rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. Just what I needed. More complications. He checked the time. Still early enough to make it to school if he hurried. Despite everything that had happened, maintaining some semblance of normalcy seemed important. Plus, the devils would be there, and he had questions that needed answers. As he prepared for school, Issei found himself moving with slightly greater coordination than usual. Small objects that would have normally been knocked over somehow remained stable. When he accidentally cut his finger while making breakfast, the wound sealed almost immediately. This is both cool and terrifying. His healed finger. The walk to Kuo Academy felt surreal. Everything looked the same, yet Issei now saw the world through fundamentally different eyes. How many of the people seeing him were actually supernatural beings in disguise? Had that ordinary-looking businessman always had that faint shimmer around him, or was Issei seeing things that human eyes weren't meant to perceive? Approaching the school gates, Issei spotted Ryusuke Romori and Akano Himehime arriving in their typical dramatic fashion, surrounded by admiring students captivated by their beauty. Knowing they Air Devils added an entirely new dimension to their aura of untouchable elegance. Hyodo, a familiar voice called out. Issei turned to find Sona Shitori, the student council president, regarding him with unusual intensity. Her normally stern expression seemed even more focused than usual. President Shitori, he acknowledged cautiously. Was she aware of supernatural matters? Her calculating gaze suggested as much. I'd like to speak with you during lunch period, she said without preamble. My office. Before Issei could respond, she adjusted her glasses and continued. And yes, I'm fully aware of recent developments. That's precisely why we need to talk. As she walked away, Issei caught sight of a magic circle briefly flashing beneath her feet. Another devil, then. He sighed. Daring how many more supernatural beings were hiding in plain sight at his school. Classes passed in a blur of distraction. Issei found himself examining the Ultimatrix under his desk, using his phone. To take notes on the alien forms available to him. Each seemed suited to different situations. The crystal form that had saved him from Rainer, the four-armed powerhouse he'd tested, a speedster, a living flame, something aquatic. And others with less obvious capabilities. During math class, a folded note landed on his desk. Opening it revealed elegant handwriting. The old building, after your meeting with Sona. We have information about the fallen angel's movements. RG. Issei glanced toward Rias, who sat near the window, ostensibly focused on the lesson. She gave no indication she had sent the note. But the crimson hair and initials made the sender obvious. Lunchtime arrived, and Issei made his way to the student council office. As he approached, he sensed something unusual, a barrier of some kind that tingled against his skin as he passed through it. Privacy ward, Sona explained as he entered, not looking up from her paperwork. Please sit. The office contained not only Sona but also her vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, who stood beside a tea service with the same serious expression as her president. Tea, Tsubaki offered, already pouring without waiting for his response. Thanks, Issei said, accepting the cup and taking the indicated seat. So you're devils too. Sona looked up, her violet eyes meeting his directly. I am Sona Citri, heir to the house of C. Tri and administrator of this territory alongside Rias Grimori. Our families have an agreement regarding Kuo Town. 2 devil heiresses running one high school, Issei mused. Seems excessive. His academy serves as neutral ground and observation post for multiple factions, Sona corrected. Its strategic importance exceeds its educational function, though we maintain excellent academic standards regardless. She set aside her papers, focusing fully on Issei. Now, about the Ultimatrix. I've reviewed the reports from Rias's peerage and conducted my own analysis of the energy signatures. It emitted during your transformation last night. You were monitoring me, Issei asked, unsurprised but still uncomfortable with the revelation. Of course. Any unusual power manifestation in our territory requires investigation. Sona adjusted her glasses. The device appears to be neither sacred nor demonic in origin, which places it outside standard classification systems. It's alien technology from another dimension. Issei confirmed, seeing no reason to withhold information they likely already had. Apparently it can transform me into different extraterrestrial species. Fascinating, Tsubaki commented. Speaking for the first time. And potentially destabilizing to current power structures. Sona nodded. Which brings me to the purpose of this meeting. Unlike Rias, I'm not going to offer you a place in my peerage. Quote, that's refreshingly direct, Issei replied, somewhat relieved. Instead, Sona continued, I'm proposing a formal neutrality agreement. You remain independent of devil politics while agreeing not to align with angels, fallen angels, or other factions without prior consultation with both Grimori and Citri houses. Issei considered the offer carefully. What would I get in return? Protection when needed, information about the supernatural world, training facilities, and our considerable resources to help you understand your device's capabilities, Sona listed efficiently. Additionally, we would register you as a neutral entity with the Devil Council, preventing random devils from attempting to recruit or eliminate you. Eliminate me, Issei repeated, alarmed. Some would see unaligned power as a threat, Tsubaki explained matter-of-factly. Official neutrality status provides certain protections under supernatural law. Issei sipped his tea, buying time to think. I'm not signing anything without understanding more about what I'm getting into. No offense, but 24 hours ago, I didn't even know devils existed. A reasonable position, Sona acknowledged. Take time to consider. However, her expression grew more severe. Be aware that your window for establishing a protected status is limited. Word of the Ultimatrix is already spreading through supernatural channels. Great, Issei muttered. Just what I needed to hear. One more thing, Sona added as he stood to leave. Tiamat's interest in you is unprecedented. The Dragon Kings rarely involve themselves in matters concerning humans or even devils. Whatever power that device contains, it must be truly exceptional to attract her attention. Or dangerous, Issei suggested. Often the same thing in our world, Sona replied with the ghost of a smile. The remainder of the school day passed with agonizing slowness. Issei found himself hyper-aware of every glance in his direction, wondering who else might be more than human. By the time classes ended, he felt mentally exhausted from the constant vigilance. Making his way to the old school building, Issei paused outside to gather his thoughts. Before he could knock, the door swung open to reveal Kiba's friendly face. Right on time, the blonde devil said cheerfully. Everyone's waiting upstairs. The occult research club room looked different in daylight, less ominous, more like an eccentric but comfortable lounge. Rias sat behind her desk while Akano served tea. Kaneko occupied a corner sofa, methodically working through a plate of cookies. Issei, Rias greeted him warmly. I trust your meeting with Sona was informative. She offered me neutrality status, Issei confirmed, taking a seat. Though I'm still not sure what that fully entails. A wise move on her part, Rias acknowledged, though Issei detected slight disappointment in her tone. Neutrality would allow you to learn about our world without committing to any faction. And you're okay with that? Issei asked skeptically. You seemed pretty interested in recruiting me yesterday. Rias smiled diplomatically. I won't pretend I wouldn't prefer to have you in my peerage, but circumstances have changed. Tiamat's interest in you shifts the political landscape considerably. Dragons trump devils, Kaneko simplified between bites. Essentially correct, Akano confirmed with an amused smile. Dragon Kings occupy a special position in the supernatural hierarchy, powerful enough to challenge gods yet typically unaligned with major factions. Issei absorbed this information, adding it to his growing understanding of supernatural politics. You mentioned having information LS. Rias nodded, her expression turning serious. Our familiars tracked Rainer and her companions to an abandoned church on the outskirts of town. They appear to be gathering additional forces. At least 3 more fallen angels have arrived since last night. They're preparing for something, Kiba added. Possibly another attempt to capture or eliminate you. Wonderful, Issei muttered. Any idea when they might make their move? 3 days, Rias answered. They're waiting for something, or someone, to arrive first. Our intelligence suggests a higher-ranking fallen angel is coming to assess the situation personally. Issei looked down at the Ultimatrix. Then I have 3 days to figure out how to use this thing properly. We can help with that, Akano offered. Our training facilities include areas specifically designed for testing destructive powers safely. The offer was tempting. Issei knew he needed practice with his transformations before facing real combat again. Yet caution held him back from accepting help too readily. Before I agree to anything, he said carefully, I want to understand what each faction actually wants. Devils, angels, fallen angels, what are your goals? What's the bigger picture I'm stepping into? The question seemed to surprise the devils, earning him appraising looks from all present. A complicated question, Rias acknowledged after a moment. The short answer is that the 3 biblical factions, angels, fallen angels, and devils, have maintained an uneasy peace since the Great War centuries ago. Each faction has its own internal politics and agendas, but none want to risk open conflict. Other pantheons and supernatural groups exist alongside us, Akano continued. Norse gods, Greek gods, yokai from Japanese mythology, and countless others, all maintain their own territories and interests. The current system isn't perfect, Kiba added, but it prevents the catastrophic conflicts that once devastated multiple realms. Issei tried to process tea. The vast supernatural landscape they were describing. And where do humans fit into all this? Humans are both the background and the prize, Rias explained. Devils seek contracts with humans to gain power. Angels protect them according to God's mandate. Fallen angels often manipulate them for various purposes. And you? Issei asked directly. What do you personally want, Rias Grimori? The question seemed to catch her off guard. For a moment, The carefully composed heiress facade slipped, revealing something more vulnerable beneath. Freedom, she said finally. The power to determine my own fate rather than having it dictated by family legacy or devil politics. She smiled ruefully. Not unlike what you might want with your new abilities, the freedom to choose your own path. The unexpected honesty struck a chord with Issei. For the first time, he saw Rias as more than just a beautiful devil princess. She was someone facing her own constraints and challenges. All right, he decided. I'll take your help with training, and I'll consider Sona's neutrality offer. But I'm keeping my options open for now. Relief and satisfaction mingled in Rias's expression. Excellent. We can begin immediately if you're ready. Now, Issei blinked in surprise. No time like the present, Akeno said with a smile that held anticipation rather than her usual teasing quality. Especially Hen fallen angels are planning their next move. Rias stood, creating a large magic circle on the floor. This will take us to our training facility beneath the school. It's warded against detection, and reinforced to withstand significant power output. As the circle glowed brighter, Issei felt a strange resonance between its energy and the Ultimatrix. The device on his wrist pulsed in response, its interface briefly flashing with unfamiliar symbols. Interesting reaction, Rias noted as they teleported. It seems your device responds to magical energy. When the light faded, they stood in a vast underground chamber that resembled a combination of high-tech facility and ancient arena. Runes inscribed along the walls glowed with supernatural power, while modern monitoring equipment occupied one corner. This is where my peerage trains for rating games, Rias explained. It should be adequate for testing your transformations. Rating games? Issei questioned, distracted by the impressive facility. Formalized competitions between devil peerages, Kiba explained. Part sport, part political maneuvering. Let's focus on the matter at hand, Rias redirected, gesturing toward an open area in the center of the chamber. Show us what you can do, Issei Hyodo. Feeling suddenly self-conscious under their expectant gazes, Issei moved to the indicated position. I've only properly tried 2 forms so far, he admitted. The crystal one you saw last night, and a 4-armed one I tested at home. Start with something new then, Akeno suggested, an eager gleam in her eye. Curious about the full range of your capabilities. Issei activated the Ultimatrix's interface, cycling through the available transformations. He stopped on one that appeared to be composed of living flame. This should be interesting, he murmured, pressing down on the dial. The transformation engulfed him in emerald light. His body temperature skyrocketed as organic matter converted to living flame contained within a humanoid exoskeleton. When the light faded, Issei stood as a being of living fire, heat radiating from his transformed body. Impressive, Rias observed, maintaining a safe distance. Pyrokinetic abilities. In response, Issei raised his hand, finding he instinctively knew how to project and control the flames that composed his new form. A stream of fire erupted from his palm, intensely hot yet completely under his control. The heat output is remarkable, Akeno noted, monitoring readings on one of the devices. Nearly as powerful as high-tier fire magic. For the next hour, Issei experimented with this form and others, the speedster that moved faster than the devils could track, an aquatic form that could manipulate water with the same facility the fire form controlled flames. And a small but incredibly intelligent form that immediately began analyzing and understanding the magical runes around the chamber. With each transformation, Issei's confidence grew. The aliens weren't just disguises or tools, each felt like a complete being with its own instincts and capabilities that he could access and control. When he finally reverted to human form, exhausted but exhilarated, the devils regarded him with new respect. 10 distinct forms, each with powers that could challenge mid to high-tier supernatural beings, Rias summarized, reviewing the data they'd collected. And you mentioned this is only the beginning. Issei nodded, catching his breath. According to the Ultimatrix, more transformations will unlock as I master the current ones. Are supposedly over 1 million potential forms in total, though I'm guessing most will remain locked. Even with just these 10, you represent a significant power, Kiba observed. I can see why the fallen angels are concerned. And why Tiamat took notice, Akeno added thoughtfully. Kaneko, who had observed silently throughout the training, approached Issei with a water bottle. You'll need to train your human form too, she stated bluntly. Vulnerable between transformations. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. Despite the Ultimatrix's power, Issei remained an ordinary human. When not transformed, a glaring weakness that enemies would certainly exploit. She's right, Rias agreed. We should develop a training regimen that includes physical conditioning and strategic combat techniques for your human form. I can help with that, Kiba offered. My knight abilities focus on speed and swordsmanship, but the foundational training applies to any combat style. And I can teach you about magical theory, Akeno suggested. Even if you can't use traditional magic, understanding how it works or magical attacks. Their willingness to help despite his refusal to join their peerage surprised Issei. Why are you doing all this? What do you get out of it? Rias smiled enigmatically. Let's just say I recognize the value of having the Ultimatrix wielder look favorably upon the House of Grimoire. Politics aside, however, her expression softened slightly. I genuinely believe you need allies to navigate the supernatural world you've been thrust into. And we're the best option available, Akeno added with a wink. Issei couldn't argue with their logic. Whatever their motivations, the devils were offering knowledge and training he desperately needed. All right, he conceded. When do we start? Tomorrow, Rias decided. After school. For now, you should rest and process what you've learned today. As they prepared to return to the surface, Issei felt the Ultimatrix pulse once more. Looking down, he noticed a new symbol had appeared on its interface, one that hadn't been there during his training. 11th transformation unlocked, asterisk the device informed him. DNA sample, Celestial Sapien. Asterisk, what's a Celestial Sapien? Issei wondered aloud. The devils exchanged confused glances, but before anyone could respond, the Ultimatrix projected a brief holographic warning. Warning. Celestial Sapien transformation restricted. Universal reality manipulation capabilities exceed safety parameters for novice user. Access requires master control authorization. Asterisk. He implications of universal reality manipulation sent a chill through Issei. Just how powerful were some of these alien forms? I think, Rias said carefully, we've found another reason why Tiamat is concerned about your device. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Ninetales and Alien Trails. 2 weeks after discovering the Ultimatrix, Issei stood atop Kuo Academy's roof, staring at the device's holographic display with growing concern. The projection showed an energy signature unlike anything he'd detected before, powerful, ancient, and centered approximately 460 kilometers west of his current position. Kyoto, he murmured, zooming in on the map. Something's happening there. The Ultimatrix had begun scanning for unusual energy patterns after his encounter with Tiamat, as if the dragon's presence had activated dormant protocols within the device. Each day brought new discoveries about its capabilities beyond mere transformation. Energy signature analysis complete, the mechanical voice announced. Classification. Non-human, non-devil, non-angelic. Closest match. Kitsune class yokai with significant power accumulation. Issei frowned, recalling the supernatural bestiary Rias had provided. Kitsune, fox spirits from Japanese mythology, with the most powerful possessing 9 tails. According to the materials, the leader of all yokai in Japan was such a creature, residing in Kyoto's spiritual heart. Why would a yokai signature trigger your alerts? He asked the device. Energy fluctuation patterns indicate instability. Potential threat level, significant. Recommend investigation. The door to the roof opened behind him, and Issei quickly deactivated the hologram. Turning, he found Kaneko watching him with her usual impassive expression. Bushu is looking for you, she stated flatly. Training, right, Issei nodded, following her downstairs. 2 weeks of intensive training with the Occult Research Club had improved his combat abilities considerably. Under Kiba's tutelage, he'd developed basic fighting skills in his human form. Akeno had taught him to recognize different types of magic, while Rias focused on strategic applications of his various transformations. In the underground training facility, Rias waited alongside a tall, muscular man Issei hadn't seen before. The stranger had bright red hair similar to Rias's and carried himself with unmistakable authority. Issei. Rias greeted him. I'd like you to meet my brother, Sirzex Lucifer. Issei froze. During his crash course in supernatural politics, he'd learned that Searsx was one of the 4 Satan lords who ruled the underworld, essentially the devil equivalent of a god. Nice to meet you, Issei managed, unsure of proper etiquette for greeting a Satan. Searsx smiled warmly, his power carefully contained behind a friendly demeanor. So you're the human who acquired the dimensional anomaly. Impressive adaptability, from what my sister tells me. Thank you, sir, Issei replied cautiously. Though it was more luck than skill. Perhaps initially, Searsx acknowledged, circling Issei with evaluating eyes. But your progress since then suggests otherwise. May I? He gestured toward the Ultimatrix. After a hesitant glance at Rias, who nodded encouragingly, Issei extended his arm. Searsx examined the device without touching it, his eyes glowing briefly with power. Fascinating. The energy signature is unlike anything in our records. It's almost as if it exists partially outside our dimensional constraints. My brother is an expert in spatial manipulation, Rias explained. I thought his insights might help us understand the Ultimatrix better. And, Issei prompted. Searsx straightened, his expression serious. This device doesn't merely contain genetic samples, it actively draws energy from the species' home dimensions. Each transformation creates a momentary bridge between realities. The implications sent a chill down Issei's spine. Is that dangerous? Potentially, Searsx confirmed, though the creator clearly implemented safeguards. The question is whether those safeguards were designed for our reality or the device's original dimension. Before Issei could respond, the Ultimatrix pulsed, its interface glowing brighter. Energy spike detected, it announced. Yokai signature in Kyoto increasing exponentially. Containment failure imminent. Searsx and Rias exchanged alarmed glances. Containment failure. Rias repeated. Something sealed is breaking free, Searsx translated, his casual demeanor vanishing instantly. Something powerful enough to register even here. Issei hesitated, then decided to trust his instincts. The Ultimatrix detected this earlier. It recommended investigation. A wise suggestion, Searsx agreed, his expression grave. Kyoto is home to Japan's yokai faction. If something threatens their territory, the political ramifications could be severe. Should we contact Sona's sister? Rias asked. Serafal has diplomatic relations with the yokai leadership. There may not be time, Searsx replied, studying the Ultimatrix's readings. This energy is building rapidly. I could go, Issei suggested. Some of my transformations can travel quickly, and the Ultimatrix might provide insights human or devil senses can't detect. The Lucifer considered this, weighing political implications against practical needs. The yokai are notoriously protective of their territory. Your presence might be seen as devil interference if they connect you to Rias. Then I'll go as an independent party, Issei countered. Which is technically true, since I never signed Sona's neutrality agreement. After a moment's consideration, Searsx nodded. Very well, but proceed with extreme caution. The yokai leader, Lady Yasaka, is not someone to be trifled with. Her power rivals that of ultimate-class devils. I understand, Issei assured him, already cycling through his available transformations. Which form would be best for rapid transit to Kyoto? Your speedster form could reach Kyoto in approximately 15 minutes, Rias calculated. But maintaining the transformation that long might be challenging. I have a better solution, Searsx offered, creating a complex magic circle. This will teleport you to the outskirts of Kyoto. From there, you can approach the yokai district on your own terms. Wait, Rias interjected, reaching into her pocket. She handed Issei a small object resembling an ornate chess piece. A communication talisman. If you need extraction or assistance, crush it. Issei pocketed the talisman with a grateful nod before magic circle. As Searsx activated the teleportation spell, Issei caught a final glimpse of Rias's worried expression before reality distorted around him. The teleportation deposited Issei in a secluded bamboo grove on the outskirts of Kyoto. Disorientated from the dimensional shift, he leaned against a bamboo stalk until his equilibrium returned. The air here felt different, charged with ancient power that prickled against his skin. Location confirmed. Kyoto outskirts, the Ultimatrix announced. Energy signature located 3.7 kilometers northeast. Increasing intensity detected. Issei activated the holographic map, noting their position relative to the energy source. According to the display, the signet Ure originated from what appeared to be an ancient shrine complex deep within the city's spiritual heart. I need to get there quickly without attracting attention, he murmured, cycling through his transformation options. XLR8 it is. Pressing down on the Ultimatrix's dial, Issei transformed in a flash of emerald light. His human form gave way to a sleek, velociraptor-like alien with wheels for feet and an aerodynamic helmet. In this form, everything around him seemed to move in slow motion as his perception accelerated to match his incredible speed. Darting through the bamboo forest, XLR8 reached the city limits in seconds. He navigated through Kyoto's streets as a blue-black blur, barely visible to human eyes. Modern neighborhoods gave way to more traditional areas as he approached the ancient heart of the former imperial capital. As he neared the source of the energy signature, XLR8 encountered something unexpected, a barrier shimmering across his path, invisible to ordinary hands but glowing with power to his enhanced senses. The boundary between the human world and yokai territory. Slowing to examine the barrier, XLR8 noted complex energy patterns woven throughout its structure. According to the Ultimatrix's analysis, passing through uninvited would trigger multiple alarm systems. Great, he muttered, his voice carrying the characteristic rasp of this form. Can't go through, can't go around. Just as he contemplated his options, the barrier fluctuated violently, ripples of energy cascading across its surface. From beyond the boundary came a distant roar that shook the very air, followed by screams and the unmistakable sound of destruction. Whatever's happening in there, it's getting worse, XLR8 decided, tapping the Ultimatrix symbol on his chest. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a different alien, a ghost-like being with a single eye and black-white coloration. In this form, Ghost Freak, Issei could phase through solid objects, including, he hoped, magical barriers. Becoming intangible, Ghost Freak drifted toward the barrier. As his spectral form made contact, he felt resistance. The boundary recognized him as an outsider despite his intangibility. Pushing harder, Ghost Freak forced his way through, feeling the barrier's magic attempt to catalog and reject his unusual energy signature. Once beyond the boundary, Ghost Freak found high MSELF in what appeared to be an entirely different Kyoto. This version maintained the city's ancient character. Traditional wooden buildings lined narrow streets, paper lanterns glowed with spiritual fire, and the inhabitants. Definitely not human, Ghost Freak whispered, observing the diverse yokai population. Fox spirits with multiple tails hurried past, alongside Oni, Tengu, and creatures he couldn't identify. All seemed to be fleeing from the direction of the energy signature. Following against the tide of panicked yokai, Ghost Freak remained invisible as he approached a massive tradidio Null compound centered around a golden-roofed shrine. The building sat at the heart of 9 concentric gardens, each more beautiful and otherworldly than the last. Or rather, they had been beautiful. Now, several gardens lay in ruins. Trees uprooted and ornamental pools shattered. At the compound's center, a battle raged that defied human comprehension. A woman, though that term seemed inadequate, fought against a monstrous entity that continually shifted form. The woman had flowing golden hair and wore an elaborate shrine maiden's attire, but most striking were the 9 golden fox tails fan-in behind her and the matching fox ears atop her head. Power radiated from her invisible waves as she hurled what appeared to be concentrated spiritual energy at her opponent. The creature she battled resembled a mass of darkness given partial form, sometimes appearing as a giant serpent, other times as a multi-limbed horror with too many eyes. Whatever it was, its power matched the Kitsune woman's, their clashing energies tearing at the fabric of reality around them. Lady Yasaka, a voice cried out from nearby. The western wards are failing. The 9-tailed woman, Yasaka, didn't dare take her eyes from her opponent. Reinforce them. We cannot allow it to escape into the human world. But my lady, your daughter. Protect Kuno with your lives. Yasaka commanded, her voice carrying divine authority despite her evident exhaustion. This abomination will not claim another victim. Ghost Freak analyzed the battle, noting that while Yasaka's power was immense, she fought defensively, maintaining position between the creature and what appeared to be the main shrine building. She was protecting something, limiting her offensive options. The creature seemed aware of this constraint, continually probing for weaknesses in her defense while gradually forcing her to expend more energy. She's losing, Ghost Freak realized. Slowly, but surely, decision made, he tapped the Ultimatrix symbol again, transforming in a flash of green light. This time, he chose raw power, forearms, the Tetraman form he'd been practicing with Kaneko. The transformation completed, Issei charged forward, rode with a battle cry that drew attention from both combatants. Using his 4 powerful limbs, he leapt into the fray, landing beside Yasaka with enough force to crack the stone courtyard. "What manner of creature are you?" Yasaka demanded, golden eyes narrowing with suspicion even as she maintained her energy barrier against the darkness. "An ally," Forearms replied simply. "That thing is trying to get past you to the shrine. What's it after?" Surprise flickered across Yasaka's face before her expression hardened again. "The Seisho Seiki, the killing stone. It's trying to reunite with the fragment contained within. And that would be bad, I'm guessing." "Catastrophic," Yasaka confirmed, wincing as the dark entity slammed against her barrier. "It would regain its full power as Tamamo no Mei, the 9-tailed demon fox who nearly destroyed the Imperial Court centuries ago." The creature attacked again, this time splitting into multiple shadowy tendrils that probed different sections of Yasaka's barrier simultaneously. One tendril found a weakness, punching through with lethal intent. Forearms reacted instantly, grabbing the shadow appendage with 2 hands while using his other arms to brace Yasaka as she staggered. The tendril writhed in his grip, cold as the void and surprisingly solid despite its appearance. "I can't hold the barrier much longer," Yasaka admitted, golden blood trickling from her nose with the strain. "My power is bound to this realm. If the barrier falls, all of Kyoto's spiritual defenses will collapse with it." "Then let me take the offensive," Forearms suggested, ripping the shadow tendril apart with a powerful twist. "You maintain the barrier, I'll push it back." Yasaka hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to accepting help. "Your power, it's not yokai or divine. What are you?" "Complicated story," Forearms replied with a grim smile. "Short version. I'm a human with access to alien DNA. Name's Issei Hyodo." Before Yasaka could respond, he shadow creature launched its most vicious attack yet, forcing the conversation to end. Forearms charged forward, using his tremendous strength to physically grapple with the entity. Though his hands passed through darkness, other parts remained solid enough to fight. For several minutes, Forearms battled the creature, discovering that physical attacks disoriented it temporarily but caused no lasting damage. The entity seemed to learn and adapt, becoming increasingly difficult to grasp. "Physical attacks are ineffective," Yasaka called out, maintaining her barrier with visible effort. "It's a spiritual entity. You need spiritual or elemental power." The Ultimatrix beeped in warning, the transformation would time out soon. Forearms backed toward Yasaka, planning his next move. "I need to change forms," he explained. "When I transform, there's a moment of vulnerability. Can you cover me?" Yasaka nodded grimly, gathering her remaining strength. "Be swift." As the Ultimatrix timed out, Issei returned to human form in a flash of green light. The shadow creature immediately sensed his vulnerability, lunging toward him with malevolent purpose. Yasaka intercepted the attack, 9 ILS flaring with golden fire as she erected a temporary barrier directly around Issei. The strain caused her to cough blood, her power clearly reaching its limits. "Thanks," Issei said, quickly activating the Ultimatrix again. This time he selected a form he'd discovered during training but hadn't fully tested, a being composed of living radiation and energy. The transformation completed just as Yasaka's protective barrier shattered. Where Issei had stood now hovered a blindingly bright humanoid composed of pure energy contained within a protective suit. This form, NRG, radiated intense heat and nuclear energy. "Let's see how you handle radiation," NRG challenged, his voice carrying a Eastern European accent inherent to this form. Focusing his power, NRG released a concentrated beam of new, clear energy directly at the shadow creature. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where the beam struck, the darkness sizzled and recoiled, emitting an unearthly shriek. "It's working," Yasaka exclaimed, her tails weaving complex patterns that channeled her remaining energy into bolstering NRG's attack. Together, they pushed the creature back, Yasaka's spiritual energy and NRG's radiation creating a combination that the shadow entity couldn't withstand. Foot by foot, they forced it away from the shrine, toward a stone circle inscribed with ancient symbols. The sealing array, Yasaka explained between labored breaths. If we can force it completely inside, I can reactivate the bonds. NRG nodded, increasing his radiation output to maximum. The creature fought desperately, lashing out, with shadow tendrils that scored the ground and shattered stone lanterns. One tendril whipped toward the shrine, clearly making a final attempt to reach its objective. "No you don't," NRG shouted, abandoning his containment suit in a burst of light. In his true form, a being of pure energy, NRG intercepted the tendril, engulfing it in radiation that caused it to dissolve on contact. Without his containment suit, NRG's power increased exponentially, but so did the danger to everything around him. "Now, Lady Yasaka," he called out, forcing the main body of the creature into the sealing array through sheer radioactive intensity. Yasaka didn't waste the opportunity. Despite her exhaustion, she began an incantation in ancient Japanese, her 9 tails forming a complex geometric pattern above her head. The sealing array activated, ancient symbols glowing with blinding intensity as they reformed around the thrashing shadow entity. With a final, reality-distorting shriek, the creature was drawn into the array, compressed into a small black stone at its center. Yasaka collapsed to her knees, maintaining the final syllables of the incantation until the stone turned from black to white, signifying the seal's completion. NRG quickly retrieved and re-entered his containment suit, controlling his radiation output before approaching the exhausted Kitsune. "Is it over?" "For now," Yasaka confirmed, struggling to stand. Despite her evident weakness, she maintained a regal bearing. "The seal is temporary. It will need to be reinforced with more permanent measures." "Mother," a young voice cried out. A small blonde girl with fox ears and a single tail, perhaps 9 or 10 years old, ran from the shrine building, accompanied by several adult kitsune who tried unsuccessfully to restrain her. "Kuno." Yasaka's severe expression softened as she embraced her daughter. "I told you to remain inside the inner sanctum." "I was worried," the young fox girl replied, burying her face in her mother's elaborate robes. The barrier was failing, and she stopped abruptly, noticing NRG for the first time. Her eyes widened. "What is that?" Before NRG could respond, the Ultimatrix timed out, returning Issei to human form. The abrupt transformation caused the gathered yokai guards to adopt defensive positions, spiritual energy glowing around their hands. "Stand down," Yasaka commanded. Huff she too regarded Issei with renewed wariness. "He fought to protect us." "A human?" Kuno asked, sniffing the air curiously. "But he smells different." "Indeed," Yasaka agreed, her golden yes studying Issei with penetrating intensity. "You have much to explain, Issei Hyodo. The Kyoto Yokai Palace, for that's what the shrine complex truly was, bustled with activity in the battle's aftermath. Yokai of various types worked to repair damaged structures, reinforce spiritual barriers, and tend to the injured. Through it all, Issei found himself the subject of curious glances and whispered conversations as he followed Yasaka through the compound. They arrived at an elegant reception room where sliding paper doors opened onto a garden that showed no signs of the recent conflict. Servants brought tea and quietly withdrew, leaving Issei alone with Yasaka, Kuno, and 2 fox-eared guards who remained by the doors. First, Yasaka began formally, "You have my gratitude for your assistance. Without your intervention, the barrier might have failed completely." "I'm just glad I could help," Issei replied, accepting the teacup a servant offered. "Though to be honest, I came because the Ultimatrix detected the energy disturbance." "Ultimatrix," Yasaka repeated, her ear twitching slightly. "That device on your wrist, I presume." Issei nodded, extending his arm so she could see it better. "It's technology from another dimension. It allows me to transform into different alien species." "Aliens," Kuno interjected excitedly, her single tail swishing. "Like from outer space." "Exactly." Issei smiled at her enthusiasm. "Though from what I understand, they're from planets in different dimensions, not just different worlds in our universe." Yasaka's expression remained carefully neutral. "Such power in the hands of a human is concerning. How did you acquire this device?" Issei explained the circumstances of finding the Ultimatrix, its bonding process, and his subsequent encounters with devils and fallen angels. He carefully avoided mentioning Rias or Sirzex by name, following the Lucifer's advice about yokai-devil relations. Fascinating, Yasaka murmured when he finished. A cosmic coincidence that placed godlike power in the hands of an ordinary human. I wouldn't call it godlike, Issei objected. Each form has strengths and weaknesses. And there are time limits to how long I can maintain a transformation. Nevertheless, Yasaka continued, you wield power that could destabilize the balance between supernatural factions. Surely others have taken notice. Issei hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. A few have. The fallen angels tried to kill me. Some devils offered protection, and a dragon expressed interest. A dragon. Yasaka's ears perked up. Which one? Tiamat. The name caused a visible reaction. Yasaka's composure slipped for a moment, genuine surprise crossing her features before she regained control. The Chaos Karma Dragon herself, she mused. Her involvement elevates this matter considerably. She studied Issei with renewed interest. And yet you've aligned with Nons thus far. I'm keeping my options open, Issei replied honestly. Everything happened so fast, and I'm still learning about this world, your world. Making permanent alliances seems premature. Yasaka nodded approvingly. A wise approach. Many in your position would rush to claim protection, sacrificing independence for security. Kuno, who had been listening intently, suddenly piped up. Can you show me another transformation? Please. Kuno, Yasaka admonished gently. Our guest has already expended considerable energy on our behalf. It's all right, Issei assured her. The Ultimatrix has recharged. He glanced at Yasaka. With your permission. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. I admit to curiosity myself. Issei activated the Ultimatrix, cycling through the available transformations before selecting one appropriate for the indoor setting. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a small, gray-skinned being with large eyes and an oversized head, the form he privately called gray matter. Whoa, Kuno exclaimed, leaving her mother's side to circle the diminutive alien. You're so tiny. What can this one do? This form doesn't have physical strength, gray matter explained in his high-pitched voice. But it possesses extraordinary intelligence and problem-solving abilities. The Galvan, the species this form comes from, are considered the smartest beings in their galaxy. Fascinating, Yasaka murmured, observing the transformation with analytical eyes. Each form appears to be a complete biological conversion, not merely an energy construct or illusion. Correct, gray matter confirmed, impressed by her observation. The Ultimatrix temporarily rewrites my DNA using the genetic samples in its database. For all intents and purposes, I become the selected species, including their instinctive knowledge and abilities. Yasaka noted, I observed that during the battle, you seem to inherently understand how to use each form's powers effectively. Gray matter nodded. The transformation includes access to instinctive capabilities, though experience improves their application. As they spoke, gray matter found himself examining the room's architecture with his enhanced intellect. The patterns in the wooden beams, the specific arrangement of tatami mats, the positioning of the garden, all formed a complex system that channeled spiritual energy throughout the compound. Your palace, he observed. It's not just a building. It's a spiritual amplifier, isn't it? These patterns form a circuit that channels and refines yokai energy. Yasaka's eyes widened slightly. Few outsiders have ever perceived that. The palace was designed by Kitsune architects over 1,000 years ago, with each renovation carefully maintaining the energy flow. Gray matter followed a particular pattern along the ceiling beams. And this connects to the barrier around Kyoto, doesn't it? That's why you said if you fell, the barriers would fall. Your power is literally integrated with the city's defenses. Correct again, Yasaka acknowledged, a new respect entering her voice. The burden and privilege of the nine-tailed leader is this connection to Kyoto's spiritual heart. The Ultimatrix beeped in warning. And moments later Issei returned to human form. Kuno seemed disappointed but remained fascinated, studying him with unabashed curiosity. Do all your forms look so different? She asked. Each one is unique, Issei confirmed with a smile. Some are humanoid, others completely alien in appearance. Like the fire one, Kuno prompted. That was amazing. Kuno, Yasaka interjected gently. Perhaps you should check on the garden koi. I believe they were frightened by the battle. Though clearly reluctant, the young kitsune recognized the dismissal. With a ctful bow to her mother and an excited wave to Issei, she departed, leaving the adults alone except for the silent guards. Now, Yasaka said, her tone shifting to something more serious, let us speak plainly. You arrived precisely when we faced our greatest crisis in centuries. While I do not question your intentions, the timing raises questions. The Ultimatrix detected the energy disturbance, Issei explained again. I came to investigate, nothing more. And yet, Yasaka continued, of all the supernatural events occurring worldwide, this specific incident triggered your device's alert system. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. The creature you helped seal was Tamamo no Mei, or rather, a fragment of her essence that escaped its containment. Do you know the significance of this? Issei shook his head. Only what you mentioned during the battle, something about a nine-tailed demon fox. Tamamo no Mei was the most powerful evil kitsune in history, Yasaka explained, her tails shifting restlessly behind her. A nine-tailed fox who infiltrated the imperial court and nearly destroyed Japan from within. When she was finally defeated, her spirit was bound to a stone, the Sessho Seiki, or killing stone. She rose gracefully, walking to a window overlooking the garden. For centuries, the stone remained stable. Then, during the Meiji era, it split apart. Most fragments were contained and purified, but some were lost. Her expression darkened. Today, one such fragment broke its minor seal and attempted to reunite with the main portion we keep secured here. What would happen if the fragments reunited? Issei asked, though he suspected the answer. Tamamo no Mei would be reborn, Yasaka stated grimly. Given her power and knowledge, she would likely seek to destroy M.E. and take control of Kyoto's spiritual nexus. From there, she could potentially corrupt Japan's ley lines and wreak havoc across the human and yokai worlds. Issei considered this information carefully. You think someone deliberately released the fragment to attack you? It seems the most likely explanation, Yasaka confirmed. The minor seal was systematically weakened over time, not broken in a single attempt. This suggests planning and patience. Do you have enemies who would go to such lengths? A subtle smile curved Yasaka's lips. When one leads a faction as old and powerful as the yokai, enemies are inevitable. There are those within our own ranks who believe my policies too conciliatory toward humans and other supernatural factions. She returned to her seat, studying Issei with renewed intensity. Which brings us back to you, Issei Hyodo. A human with alien power who appeared at precisely the right moment to prevent catastrophe. You think I'm involved somehow? Issei asked, surprised. I consider all possibilities, Yasaka replied diplomatically. Your power is unprecedented, your timing suspicious, and your knowledge of our world limited yet growing. You resent an unknown variable in a delicate equation. Issei met her gaze directly. I understand your caution. In your position, I'd probably feel the same way. But I promise you, I came here only because the Ultimatrix detected a threat. I have no hidden agenda. For a long moment, Yasaka studied him silently, her ancient eyes seeming to peer into his very soul. Finally, she nodded once. I believe you, she decided. Your aura carries no deception, and your actions during battle spoke clearly of your character. Relief washed over Issei. Thank you. However, Yasaka continued, this ident raises concerns beyond your intentions. If your device can detect major spiritual disturbances, it may alert you to other yokai matters in the future. Our affairs are traditionally kept separate from other supernatural factions. I'm not aligned with any faction, Issei reminded her. Not yet, Yasaka corrected. But you will be forced to choose eventually. Power such as yours cannot remain unaffiliated indefinitely. She leaned forward slightly, her golden eyes intense. I propose an arrangement, Issei Hyodo. Not an alliance, but a mutual understanding. Should your device alert you to yokai matters in the future, you will consult me before taking action. In exchange, I offer you knowledge few outsiders possess, and the protection of the yokai faction when you are in our territory. The offer seemed reasonable, even generous considering Yasaka's obvious caution regarding outsiders. Still, Issei hesitated, wanting to understand her motivations. Why offer this to someone you just met? He asked. Yasaka's expression softened slightly. 3 reasons. First, you fought to protect my people and my daughter without being asked. Second, Tiamat's interest suggests your role in coming events may be significant. And third, she paused, something ancient and knowing entering her eyes. The Ultimatrix is not the only power you harbor, Issei Hyodo. This last statement caught Issei completely off guard. What do you mean? As a nine-tailed kitsune, I can perceive energies others cannot, Yasaka explained. Beneath the alien power of your device lies something dormant yet potent. Something draconic in nature. Draconic, Issei repeated, bewildered. I don't understand. Nor do I, fully, Yasaka admitted. It is deeply buried, perhaps intentionally sealed. It resonates with your life force in a way that suggests it has been with you since birth or early childhood. Issei's mind raced, connecting this revelation to what Rias had mentioned about sacred gears. Could it be what the fallen angels were after? They targeted me before I found the Ultimatrix. Possibly, Yasaka agreed. Sacred gears often remain dormant until awakened by strong emotion or mortal danger. The fact that yours remains sealed despite recent events is unusual. She studied him with renewed interest. Perhaps the Ultimatrix's energy is interfering with the natural awakening process. Or perhaps the two powers are simply incompatible in their current states. Great, Issei muttered. Just when I thought things couldn't get more complicated. A subtle smile touched Yasaka's lips. The path of power is rarely straightforward. Consider my offer, Issei Hyodo. Regardless of your decision, you have earned the respect of the yokai faction today. Before Issei could respond, a commotion outside interrupted their conversation. The sliding door opened to reveal a kitsune messenger bowing deeply. Forgive the intrusion, Lady Yasaka, he said urgently. We've detected an unauthorized entry through the northern barrier. A devil has crossed into our territory. Yasaka's expression hardened instantly. A devil, alone or with others? Alone, my lady, female, appears to be of high rank based on power signature. Issei tensed, wondering if Rias had followed him despite Sirzek's warnings about yokai territory. Bring her here, Yasaka commanded. Respectfully, but with appropriate security. As the messenger departed, Yasaka turned to Issei with a raised eyebrow. Friends of yours, perhaps. I'm not sure, Issei admitted. I didn't tell anyone specifically where I was going. Yet someone has tracked you nonetheless, Yasaka observed. Interesting. Minutes later, the messenger returned, escorting not Rias but a silver-haired woman in a formal business suit. She carried herself with rigid military precision, though her expression revealed discomfort at being surrounded by yokai guards. Lady Yasaka, she bowed formally. I am Rossweisse, Valkyrie in service to Lord Odin of Asgard. I apologize for the unauthorized entry, but I carry an urgent message regarding recent dimensional disturbances. A Valkyrie, Yasaka acknowledged with surprise. Asgard rarely involves itself in Japanese affairs. Rossweisse straightened, her blue-gray eyes finding Issei with evident surprise. I see the source of the disturbance is already here. That simplifies matters. You came looking for me? Issei asked, confused. Why would Asgard care about the Ultimatrix? The Ultimatrix, Rossweisse repeated, her professional demeanor giving way to scholarly interest. Is that what you call the dimensional anomaly? Fascinating. Our instruments detected unusual energy signatures consistent with interdimensional travel, centered on Kuo initially and now Kyoto. Yasaka gestured for the Valkyrie to join them. Please, sit. It seems we have much to discuss. Rossweisse hesitated, clearly surprised by the invitation, before taking a seat across from Issei. Up close, he noticed her beauty was matched by an intensity that suggested both intelligence and power carefully controlled. Lord Odin dispatched me to investigate when our monitoring systems detected what appeared to be holes being punched through dimensional barriers, she explained. Such events are extremely rare and potentially catastrophic for the stability of the Nine Realms. The Ultimatrix creates small dimensional bridges when I transform, Issei explained, recalling Sirzek's analysis. But they're temporary and localized. Small bridges, yes, but with increasing frequency, Rossweisse corrected. The cumulative effect has drawn attention from multiple pantheons. The Norse, being specialists in interdimensional travel via Yggdrasil, were simply the first to identify the pattern. Yasaka's expression grew concerned. Are you suggesting these transformations pose a threat to dimensional stability? Not yet, Rossweisse qualified. But without proper understanding and safeguards, continued use could eventually create problems. Lord Odin believes the technology was not designed for this particular dimensional cluster. She turned to Issei with professional curiosity. "May I?" she asked, gesturing toward the Ultimatrix. After receiving a subtle nod from Yasaka, Issei extended his arm. Unlike Sears's, Rossweisse actually touched the device, her fingers tracing the alien symbols with academic fascination. "Remarkable," she murmured. "The runes share structural similarities with certain cosmic bindings in Asgardian archives, yet the underlying principles are entirely different." She looked up at Issei. "How did you come to possess this?" Once again, Issei explained the circumstances of finding the Ultimatrix. As he spoke, Rossweisse produced a small notebook and began taking detailed notes, occasionally interrupting with technical questions that revealed her extensive knowledge of magical theory. "So the device bonds permanently to its user," she summarized when he finished, "and contains genetic samples from over 1,000,000 different species across multiple dimensions. The security implications alone are staggering." "Which is precisely why we were discussing an arrangement," Yasaka interjected smoothly. "Issei Hyodo's power requires guidance and context, something the yokai faction is well positioned to provide, given our extensive historical records." Rossweisse's eyes narrowed slightly at the territorial tone. "Asgard's interest is primarily academic and security-focused. Lord Odin proposes an exchange of knowledge. Our experts could help understand the dimensional aspects of the device, while learning from its technology. And in return," Issei prompted, "access to Asgard's libraries and training facilities," Rossweisse offered. "Plus the protection such an association would provide. Many pantheons will take notice of your power, if they haven't already." "So I've been told," Issei sighed. Yasaka observed the exchange with calculating eyes. "It seems you are becoming quite popular, Issei Hyodo. First devils, then yokai, now Asgardians. One might wonder which offer best serves your interests." The subtle competition between the two powerful women wasn't lost on Issei. Where Yasaka projected ancient wisdom and natural authority, Rossweisse represented analytical precision and vast academic knowledge. Both offered valuable perspectives on his situation. "I appreciate both offers," he said diplomatically. "But I'm still learning about this world and my abilities. Making exclusive arrangements seems premature." "A prudent approach," Yasaka acknowledged with approval. "Though circumstances may force decisions sooner than you might wish." "Indeed," Rossweisse agreed, "particularly given recent movements among the Chaos Brigade." Quote, "This name caused a visible reaction. He confirmed intelligence on their activities." "Limited but concerning," Rossweisse confirmed. "They've shown interest in dimensional anomalies and artifacts of unusual power. A device like the Ultimatrix would certainly attract their attention." "Who's the Chaos Brigade?" Issei asked, feeling increasingly out of his depth. "Terrorists," Yasaka stated flatly. "A coalition of radical factions from various mythologies, united by their opposition to the current world order. They seek to disrupt the balance between supernatural powers and often target unique abilities or artifacts. They're led by Ophis, the infinite dragon god," Rossweisse added. "Though the organization includes multiple semi-autonomous cells with their own agendas." Issei processed this new threat, adding it to his growing list of concerns. "And you think they might target me because of the Ultimatrix?" "It seems likely," Rossweisse confirmed. "Which is why Lord Odin authorized me to extend an invitation to Asgard, where you would be protected while learning to master your abilities." "A generous offer," Yasaka observed with a carefully neutral expression. "Though the yokai realm offers similar protections with the advantage of proximity to your home." Before the subtle competition could escalate further, the Ultimatrix suddenly activated, its interface glowing with warning symbols. "Alert! Spatial distortion detected," it announced. "Unknown energy signature approaching at high velocity." Both Yasaka and Rossweisse tensed, rising to their feet as they sensed the disturbance themselves. "Not yokai," Yasaka stated, her tails fanning defensively. "Not Asgardian either," Rossweisse confirmed, a magic circle forming around her hand. The air in the center of the room rippled, reality distorting as something forced its way through. With a sound like shattering glass, a tear opened in space itself, and through it stepped the imposing figure of Tiamat. "Dragon King," Yasaka acknowledged with a formal bow, though her tails remained poised for action. Lady Yasaka, Tiamat returned the greeting before turning to Rossweisse. Valkyrie. Finally, her ancient eyes settled on Issei. Ultimatrix wielder. How convenient to find all three of you together. What brings the Chaos Karma Dragon to Kyoto? Yasaka inquired, maintaining diplomatic courtesy despite the obvious tension. The convergence of interests around this human, Tiamat replied directly. Yokai, Asgardian, devil, angel, all circling like vultures around power they barely comprehend. I represent Lord Odin's scholarly interests, Rossweisse objected, though she maintained a respectful tone. Asgard seeks understanding, not exploitation. A noble claim, Tiamat responded with thinly veiled skepticism. Yet history suggests knowledge and power rarely remain separate for long. The dragon turned her attention fully to Issei. You've been busy since our last meeting. Your control over the basic transformations has improved, though your strategic application remains rudimentary. I'm learning, Issei replied, trying not to be intimidated by her presence. Indeed, today's battle was instructive. At Issei's surprised look, Tiamat smiled slightly. Did you think I wouldn't monitor significant uses of the device? Particularly when they involve combat with sealed yokai abominations. Were you just watching? Issei asked, unable to keep accusation from his voice. You could have helped. I would have intervened had it become necessary. Tiamat stated matter-of-factly. But your handling of the situation, while unrefined, proved adequate. Growth requires challenge. She turned to Yasaka. The seal on the fragment is temporary. I assume you've noticed. Yasaka nodded grimly. We're preparing a more permanent solution, but the original binding rituals require preparations we haven't needed for centuries. I may be able to assist with that. Tiamat offered unexpectedly. Draconic binding arts complement kitsune sealing techniques in certain applications. The offer clearly surprised Yasaka. That would be most appreciated. Dragon King Tiamat. Rossweisse watched this exchange with academic interest before addressing Tiamat directly. Your presence suggests dragons have taken an official interest in the Ultimatrix. Does this reflect a consensus among the Dragon Kings? Tiamat's expression cooled. My interest is my own, Valkyrie. Dragons rarely achieve consensus on any matter. It is not in our nature. She returned her attention to Issei. However, I did not come merely to observe. I bring information relevant to your situation. What information? Issei asked, intrigued despite his wariness. Quote, the Chaos Brigade has indeed taken notice of your device, Tiamat confirmed. Specifically, their hero faction, humans with sacred gears who seek to elevate humanity above other supernatural beings. Humans targeting another human, Issei questioned. That seems counterintuitive. Their ideology is selective, Tiamat explained. They view your possession of alien power as contamination rather than elevation. Moreover, they seek to harness the Ultimatrix's technology for their own purposes. How do you know this? Rossweisse asked with professional suspicion. Dragons have ways of gathering intelligence that other factions do not, Tiamat replied cryptically. Suffice to say, the information is reliable. She focused on Issei again. They will move against you soon, likely within days. Their leader, Cao Cao, possesses the true Longinus, the most powerful sacred gear in existence. Even your alien forms would struggle against its god-killing capabilities. The gravity of this warning settled heavily over the room. Yasaka and Rossweisse exchanged concerned glances, momentarily setting aside their subtle competition. This changes matters, Yasaka acknowledged. A direct threat from the hero faction requires immediate response. Asgard can offer sanctuary, Rossweisse proposed. Our defenses against sacred gear users are particularly robust. Running and hiding solves nothing, Tiamat countered. The hero faction would simply escalate their efforts, potentially endangering others in the process. What do you suggest then, Dragon King? Yasaka challenged. That he face Cao Cao directly. Even with the Ultimatrix, that would be suicide without proper preparation. Not alone, Tiamat clarified. With appropriate allies and strategy. All eyes turned to Issei. Who felt the weight of three supernatural powers awaiting his decision. The situation had escalated beyond anything he could have imagined when he first discovered the alien device. I need time to think, he said finally. This is all happening too fast. Time is a luxury you may not have, Tiamat warned. But a hasty decision could prove worse than delay. She turned to Yasaka. With your permission, I will examine the sealed fragment now. Its containment takes priority. Yasaka nodded. Of course, I'll escort you personally. As the two powerful beings prepared to leave, Yasaka paused, addressing Issei once more. Regardless of your decision, you are welcome in Kyoto. Your actions today have earned that much. After they departed, Rossweisse relaxed slightly, her formal demeanor softening. I apologize if Asgard's approach seemed presumptuous. Lord Odin instructed me to be direct, but diplomacy has never been his strongest quality. It's all right, Issei assured her. Everyone's just responding to an unusual situation. Rossweisse nodded, then hesitated before continuing in a more personal tone. If I may offer an observation. The competing interests surrounding you create both opportunity and danger. Each faction views your power through the lens of their own concerns. Including Asgard? Issei asked with a raised eyebrow. A ghost of a smile touched Rossweisse's lips. Including Asgard. Though I would argue our interests align more closely with yours than most. We seek knowledge and stability, not dominance or exploitation. And what about your personal interest? Issei asked, surprising himself with question. Rossweisse's professional mask slipped momentarily, revealing genuine intellectual curiosity. Professionally, interdimensional technology represents a fascinating field of study. Personally, she paused, choosing her words carefully. I find unique situations and the people at their center inherently interesting. Before the conversation could continue, a young kitsune servant appeared at the door. Lady Yasaka requests your presence in the main shrine, honored guests. She believes the human should witness the sealing process, as it may. Why provide insights relevant to his device? The main shrine of the yokai palace radiated ancient power. Unlike the reception rooms with their elegant simplicity, this chamber featured elaborately carved pillars, ceiling murals depicting yokai history, and a central altar surrounded by 9 stone foxes. At the altar's center sat the white fragment of the Seisho Seiki, still pulsing with malevolent energy despite its sealed state. Yasaka and Tiamat stood on opposite sides of the altar, already engaged in complex preparatory rituals. As Issei and Rossweisse entered, Kuno approached them, her expression serious beyond her years. Mother says you should observe from here. She indicated a position near one of the stone foxes. The sealing will be powerful, but this area is protected. Thank you, Issei replied, noticing how the young kitsune carried herself with practiced dignity despite her evident excitement at being included. This is the heart of Kyoto's spiritual nexus, Rossweisse observed quietly as they took their positions. Few outsiders have ever witnessed rituals performed here. The fragment must be completely neutralized before it can be reunited with the main stone, Kuno explained importantly. Mother says its negative energy was corrupting the seal from within. As they watched, Yasaka and Tiamat began the main ritual. The kitsune leader's 9 tails fanned out in a perfect circle, each tip glowing with golden fire, while Tiamat traced complex patterns in the air using what appeared to be liquid sapphire energy. They're harmonizing completely different magical systems, Rossweisse noted with academic fascination. Dragon magic is primal and cosmic, while kitsune techniques are terrestrial and spiritual. The theoretical implications alone are extraordinary. The ritual intensified, Yasaka chanting in ancient Japanese while Tiamat responded in a language that seemed to resonate with the earth itself. The fragment at the altar's center began to change, its pulsing darkness gradually contained within layers of golden and sapphire energy. Issei found the Ultimatrix responding to the powerful energies, its interface glowing and occasionally displaying unfamiliar symbols. When he touched it curiously, a holographic analysis appeared. Energy patterns analyzed. Compatible magical binding techniques detected. Partial integration possible for containment applications. It's learning from them, Issei murmured in surprise. What? Rossweisse asked, tearing her attention from the ritual. The Ultimatrix. It's analyzing their G techniques and adapting them for its own systems. Rossweisse's eyes widened. Technological assimilation of magical principles. That shouldn't be possible without fundamental translation protocols. Unless the technology is advanced enough that the distinction between magic and science becomes meaningless, Issei suggested, recalling something the Ultimatrix had explained during one of his gray matter transformations. Clarke's third law applied to interdimensional technology, Rossweisse murmured. Fascinating. Their discussion was interrupted as the ritual reached its climax. The fragment levitated, surrounded by concentric rings of power that compressed around it with increasing intensity. With a final surge of energy that momentarily blinded everyone present, the sealing completed. When vision returned, the fragment had transformed into a perfectly smooth sphere of white jade, inert and harmless. Yasaka exhaled deeply, her tails lowering as she completed the final gestures. Tiamat similarly concluded her part, the draconic energy dissipating gradually rather than abruptly. "It is done," Yasaka announced, her voice carrying formal authority despite her evident fatigue. "The fragment is purified and can now be safely reintegrated with the main stone. The binding will hold for centuries," Tiamat confirmed, appearing less affected by the ritual's demands. "Though, I recommend periodic reinforcement during celestial alignments." As the two powerful beings exchanged technical details about the seal's maintenance, Kuno approached Issei again. "Your device was glowing during the ritual," she observed. "Was it responding to the magic?" "It was studying it," Issei explained, simplifying the complex analysis the Ultimatrix had performed. "Learning how different types of power work together." Kuno nodded sagely. "Mother says understanding different powers is important for balance. That's why yokai study human technology even though we use spiritual energy." "Your mother sounds very wise." Issei smiled. "She is," Kuno agreed proudly. "She's been teaching me about leadership and responsibility since I was little. Someday I'll have 9 tails too and help protect Kyoto." The innocent confidence in her statement reminded Issei of the weighty responsibilities that came with power, responsibilities Yasaka had carried for centuries and was preparing her daughter to inherit. As the formal proceedings concluded, Yasaka approached them, looking weary but satisfied. "The immediate danger has passed," she informed them. "Though questions remain about who weakened the original seal. Will you investigate?" Rossweisse asked. "Thoroughly," Yasaka confirmed with steel in her voice. "Such an attack strikes at the heart of yokai security. If internal factions are involved, they will be identified and dealt with." She turned to Issei. "Your device's reaction to the ritual was unexpected but potentially significant. It suggests adaptability beyond what we initially assumed." "It's constantly evolving," Issei acknowledged. "Each new experience seems to unlock additional capabilities or understanding." "Not unlike a living being," Tiamat observed, joining their conversation. "Which raises important questions about its true nature and purpose. Questions that would be better explored in a controlled environment," Rossweisse suggested. "Asgard's offer remains open, as does the yokai factions," Yasaka countered smoothly. Tiamat observed their subtle competition with ancient amusement. "Dragons make no formal offer, but my personal interest continues. Perhaps a different approach would better serve all parties." "What do you suggest?" Issei asked, curious despite his wariness of the dragon's motives. "A shared arrangement," Tiamat proposed. "Time divided between factions according to specific learning objectives. The yokai excel at spiritual energy manipulation, Asgardians at interdimensional theory, dragons at primal power understanding. Each offers unique perspective." The suggestion surprised everyone, particularly coming from a dragon known for territorial independence. "An unorthodox proposal," Yasaka acknowledged, "but potentially beneficial given the circumstances. Asgard could accommodate such an arrangement," Rossweisse conceded after consideration. "Though coordination would be essential." Issei found the proposal surprisingly appealing. Rather than aligning exclusively with any faction, he could learn from multiple perspectives while maintaining his independence. "I like that idea," he admitted. "Though I'd need to balance it with my human life too. I still have school and—" He trailed off, suddenly remembering how ordinary his concerns had been just weeks ago. School, friends, dreams of a girlfriend, all seemed simultaneously trivial and precious in light of his new reality. "Your human foundations remain important," Yasaka noted with surprising understanding. "Power without connection to a distorted perspective. Many supernatural beings forget this truth to their detriment." "Indeed," Rossweisse agreed. "Maintaining your humanity may prove as crucial as mastering your powers." Tiamat's expression suggested she found these concerns quaintly amusing but chose not to comment directly. "Consider the proposal," she said instead. "But do not delay decision over long. The hero Fa. Seishin will not wait politely while you contemplate your options. I understand, Issei nodded. And I appreciate everyone's guidance and patience with my situation. Your situation affects us all, Yasaka pointed out pragmatically. Interdimensional technology in human hands represents both opportunity and threat to the supernatural balance. How we respond may establish precedent for future incidents. Assuming similar incidents occur, Rossweisse qualified. The Ultimatrix appears unique even by interdimensional standards. Nothing truly unique exists in the multiverse, Tiamat stated with draconic certainty. Patterns repeat across dimensions, though variations occur. Where one anomaly appears, others will follow. The philosophical implications of this statement hung in the air until interrupted by the arrival of a kitsune messenger. Forgive the intrusion, he bowed deeply. Lady Yasaka, our scouts report unusual activity at the barrier's eastern edge. Devils have gathered but remain outside our territory. Devils, Yasaka repeated, her expression cooling. How many? A small group. Perhaps 4 or 5. They appear to be waiting rather than preparing to enter. Issei tensed, suspecting who might have come looking for him. I should go, he decided. They're probably concerned about my extended absence. Concerned, or asserting territorial interest? Yasaka questioned shrewdly. Both. Possibly, Issei admitted. But I did leave somewhat abruptly. After a moment's consideration, Yasaka nodded. You will be escorted to the eastern boundary. As our guest, you may depart freely. Though I hope you will return under more peaceful circumstances. I'd like that, Issei replied sincerely. There's clearly much I could learn here. Indeed there is, Yasaka confirmed. And much we might learn from you in return. Rossweisse stepped forward. I should return to Asgard and report to Lord Odin. With your permission, Lady Yasaka. Of course, Yasaka acknowledged with formal courtesy. Please convey my respects to the All-Father. As arrangements were made for their departures, Kuno approached Issei one last time. Will you come back and show me more alien forms? She asked, her formal demeanor giving way to childish enthusiasm. I'll try, Issei promised with a smile. Maybe next time things will be less chaotic. Chaos often precedes important beginnings. Tiamat observed cryptically. Remember what you witnessed here today, Issei Hyodo. The cooperation between different powers may prove more significant than you realize. With those enigmatic words, the dragon departed, disappearing through another spatial tear without formal goodbyes, apparently a draconic custom. As Issei prepared to leave, Yasaka drew him aside for a final private word. The draconic energy within you, she said quietly. It resonated during the sealing ritual. Whatever sleeps within you recognized the power being channeled. What does that mean? Issei asked, concerned. It means your journey has barely begun, Yasaka replied. The Ultimatrix may be only part of your destiny, not its entirety. She placed a formal hand on his shoulder, a significant gesture from the normally reserved Kitsune leader. Kyoto stands ready to assist when needed. You have earned that much and more today. The eastern boundary of yokai territory hummed with power as Issei approached. Escorted by 2 Kitsune guards. Beyond the translucent barrier, he could make out familiar figures, Rias, Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko, waiting with varying expressions of concern and impatience. Your devil associates, one guard observed neutrally. Friends, Issei corrected, though he wondered if that term fully captured the complex relationship. Lady Yasaka has authorized your departure. The second guard stated formally. You may pass freely through the barrier. Issei nodded gratefully. Please convey my thanks to Lady Yasaka for her hospitality and wisdom. The guards exchanged surprised glances at his formal response before bowing slightly. It will be done. Safe journey, Ultimatrix wielder. As they stepped aside, Issei approached the barrier alone. It yielded to him differently than before, parting like a curtain rather than requiring him to force his way through. The sensation felt like passing through warm water before emerging into the cooler air of human Kyoto. Issei, Rias called out, relief evident in her voice. We've been worried sick. What happened? Akeno asked, her usual teasing manner absent. We felt the energy disturbance from Kuo. It's a long story, Issei replied, suddenly exhausted as the day's events caught up with him. Involving an escaped yokai spirit, a 9-tailed fox leader, a Valkyrie, and Tiamat again. Tiamat was here, Rias asked sharply. Issei nodded. Along with Yasaka, the yokai leader, and a Valkyrie named Rossweisse sent by Odin himself. That's. Kiba seemed at a loss for words. Complicated, Kaneko finished for him. Very. Issei agreed. And apparently, I've attracted the attention of a terrorist organization called the Chaos Brigade. This news visibly alarmed the devils. Ria stepped forward, her expression grave. We need to get you somewhere safe immediately. If the Chaos Brigade is involved, particularly their hero faction, you're in serious danger. So I've been told, Issei sighed. Multiple times today, and yet you're remarkably calm, Akeno observed with a mixture of concern and admiration. Issei looked back at the barrier to Yokai Kyoto, still visible to his enhanced senses though invisible to ordinary humans. Beyond it lay a world of ancient power and wisdom that had accepted him despite his alien abilities. Ahead stood devils who had offered guide, ants and training when he needed it most. And somewhere, watching from the shadows, a dragon with unknowable motives maintained her interest in his development. Not calm, Issei corrected. Just adapting. It seems that's what the Ultimatrix is best at, adaptation. Maybe I'm learning from it. He turned back to the devils with renewed determination. We should go. I have a lot to tell you, and apparently not much time before things get even more complicated. As they created a teleportation circle to return to Kuo, Issei felt the Ultimatrix pulse once more. Looking down, he noticed new symbols appearing on its interface, adaptations based on the yokai and draconic energies it had analyzed during the sealing ritual. Like the device itself, Issei was evolving, becoming something neither fully human nor alien, but uniquely positioned between worlds. Whatever challenges the Chaos Brigade might bring, he would face them with growing confidence and unexpected allies. The journey that had begun with a falling star 2 weeks ago had taken another significant turn in Kyoto. As the teleportation circle activated, Issei cast one final glance toward the yokai realm, silently promising to return under better circumstances. In the momentary space between departure and arrival, he thought he glimpsed golden fox fire and sapphire dragon energy intertwining in the distance, a symbolic remnant of the unlikely alliance forged that day. Then Kuo materialized around him, bringing with it new decisions and dangers that awaited the bearer of the Ultimatrix. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Valkyrie's Pursuit. Frigid air stung Issei's face as he emerged from the golden teleportation circle onto Asgardian soil. Snowflakes swirled around him, catching in his hair and melting against the Ultimatrix, which glowed faintly in response to the realm's unique energy signature. Before him stretched a landscape both familiar and alien, mountains reminiscent, their peaks twisted into impossible spires that pierced clouds illuminated by 2 moons. Welcome to Asgard, Rossweisse stated formally, stepping from the circle behind him. Her silver hair whipped in the wind, seemingly untouched by the call. That had Issei already shivering despite his jacket. Or more precisely, the outskirts of Valhalla. The main city lies beyond that ridge. Issei nodded, trying not to let his teeth chatter. 3 weeks had passed since the Kyoto incident, during which the proposed multi-faction arrangement had taken shape with surprising efficiency. Today marked his first visit to the Norse realm, and already he understood why Rossweisse had insisted he pack winter clothing. It's beautiful, he managed, genuinely impressed despite the temperature. Different than I expected. How so? Rossweisse asked, her formal demeanor softening slightly with curiosity. Less Viking, I guess. More like something from a science fiction movie. He gestured toward distant structures that somehow blended ancient Nordic architecture with technology that appeared centuries beyond Earth's capabilities. A smile briefly touched Rossweisse's lips. A common misconception. Norse mythology is recorded by humans capped Earth-only fragments of Asgardian reality. Our civilization has evolved continuously for millennia. She began walking toward a path that wound through snow-covered rocks, her stride purposeful. We should proceed. Lord Odin expects us by midday, and we have some distance to cover. Issei hurried to catch up, noticing how the Valkyrie moved with efficient grace across the difficult terrain. Cool. And we have teleported directly to the city. Dimensional security protocols, Rossweisse explained. Outside teleportation is restricted to designated arrival points. The walk will give you a chance to acclimate to Asgard's unique energy patterns. As if responding to her words, the Ultimatrix pulsed more actively, its interface displaying unfamiliar symbols. Foreign energy signature detected, it announced. Calibrating dimensional parameters. Rossweisse paused, her analytical gaze fixed on the device. Fascinating. It's actively adapting to Asgardian reality. Most artifacts require extensive preparation before functioning properly across realms. It does this everywhere, Issei explained, watching the calibration process. Kyoto, the underworld during my visits with Rias, and now here. The Ultimatrix seems designed to work across dimensions. Not just work, thrive, Rossweisse corrected, resuming their trek. Its adaptability suggests sophisticated programming beyond standard interdimensional technology. Even Asgardian artifacts require periodic recalibration when traveling between realms. As they walked, Issei studied his guide with careful curiosity. In their limited prior interactions, Rossweisse had maintained a professional distance, her academic interest in the Ultimatrix driving their conversations. Today, however, she seemed slightly more relaxed, though her posture remained military perfect. So, he ventured, seeking to understand her better, how long have you worked for Odin? Served, she corrected automatically. Valkyries serve the All-Father, not merely work for him. After a moment's consideration, she added, though I suppose in modern terms, the distinction seems semantic. I've been in Lord Odin's service for 23 years. Issei blinked in surprise. But you look my age. A flicker of amusement crossed her face. I'm considerably older than I appear. Asgardians age differently than humans. Though relatively young by Valkyrie standards, I've lived long enough to earn 3 doctoral degrees in magical theory. 3. Issei echoed, impressed. I can barely keep up with high school. Educational systems differ, Rossweisse shrugged modestly. And I've had more time to study. My primary specialization is in dimensional transference magic, with secondary focus areas in runic applications and defensive enchantment. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted subtly. The formal Valkyrie facade gave way to genuine enthusiasm when discussing academic subjects. Issei found this glimpse of her true personality unexpectedly endearing. Is that why Odin sent you to investigate the Ultimatrix? Because of your dimensional expertise. Rossweisse nodded. Partially. I'm also. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Let's say I'm considered expendable for potentially dangerous reconnaissance missions. Expendable, Issei repeated, surprised by the term. Something vulnerable flickered across her face before disappearing behind professional composure. Not every Valkyrie earns equal standing in Asgard's hierarchy. My combat capabilities are considered adequate, but not exceptional. My academic achievements compensate somewhat. But field assignments like this one provide opportunities to demonstrate broader value. The casual way she described her seemingly precarious position contrasted sharply with her evident capabilities. Issei sensed deeper politics at play but decided not to press further as they crested a ridge that revealed their destination. Valhalla sprawled before them, a breathtaking fusion of ancient grandeur and advanced civilization. Golden spires rose alongside massive wooden structures adorned with intricate carvings. Energy shields shimmered above certain districts, while rainbow light pulsed through what appeared to be crystalline transportation tubes connecting various sectors. Whoa, Issei breathed, momentarily forgetting the cold. That's definitely not how the history books describe it. History books rarely capture living civilizations accurately, Rossweisse observed. Particularly when written by outside observers with limited information. She pointed toward the central district dominated by an enormous structure that seemed to defy architectural possibilities. That's Gladsheim, Odin's hull and Asgard's governmental center. We'll be meeting the Father there after you've been properly processed. Processed? Issei questioned warily. Standard security protocols for non-Asgardian visitors, Rossweisse assured him. Nothing invasive. Merely registration and basic energy scanning. Given your unique status, we've arranged abbreviated procedures. As they approached the city's edge, Issei noticed heavily armed guards watching their approach with professional vigilance. Unlike the medieval warriors of legend, these Asgardian sentinels wore armor that seemed to incorporate both ancient designs and advanced materials that glowed with runic energy. Valkyrie Rossweisse returning with approved visitor, she announced formally. Priority clearance Alpha 7 under All-Father's directive. The guards examined what appeared to be energy Why signatures rather than physical documents? Before nodding respectfully. Approved. The human requires standard processing at Visitors Hall. Already arranged, Rossweisse confirmed. We'll proceed directly. As they passed through the gateway, Issei felt a tingling sensation as multiple magical fields washed over him. The Ultimatrix pulsed in response, its interface flickering between symbols. Energy scan detected, it announced softly. Non-hostile analysis pattern recognized. Permitting limited data exchange. Your device is remarkably self-aware, Rossweisse noted with scholarly interest. It's actively managing information security while facilitating necessary protocols. It's been getting smarter, Issei admitted. Especially since Kyoto. Every new environment seems to teach it something. Machine learning across dimensional boundaries, Rossweisse mused. Unprecedented in recorded magical technological integration studies. Inside the city, Asgardian daily life unfo. LDED around them, a fascinating blend of the mythic and mundane. Warriors trained in open courtyards using weapons that defied physical laws. Merchants sold goods both recognizably terrestrial and utterly alien. Children played games that involved manipulating small energy constructs with gestures. The visitors' Hegant structure of pale stone and glass-like material that shifted colors continuously. Inside, Rossweisse efficiently guided Issei through registration procedures conducted by stern-faced officials who regarded the Ultimatrix with poorly concealed curiosity. Designation, asked one administrator, quill poised over what appeared to be living parchment. Issei Hyodo, human bearer of interdimensional artifact, Rossweisse supplied before Issei could respond. Purpose and duration, academic exchange and artifact analysis under All Father's direct sanction. 3-day initial assessment with potential extended arrangement pending results. The administrator's eyebrows say slightly at the mention of Odin's involvement. Understood. Visitor restrictions. Standard protocols with exception permissions for supervised artifact demonstration within designated facilities. When the formalities concluded, Rossweisse led Issei deeper into the city. As they walked, she provided context that transformed the overwhelming alienus into comprehensible pieces. Asgard exists at a nexus point between realms. She explained. What you're seeing reflects millennia of cultural exchange and adaptation. Many technologies began as magical innovations before evolving into standardized systems. Like those, Issei asked, pointing to transportation tubes where Asgardians seemed to travel via controlled light streams. Precisely. Originally created through complex runic enchantments. Now maintained through self-sustaining energy matrices that require minimal magical intervention. Her voice carried subtle pride in her civilization's achievements. As they approached Gladsheim, the crowds thinned, replaced by more officials and warriors who nodded respectfully to Rossweisse. Despite these acknowledgments, Issei noticed a subtle tension in her bearing, as if she expressed scrutiny or challenge at any moment. You mentioned being considered expendable, Issei ventured carefully. But everyone seems to respect you here. Rossweisse's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Professional courtesy isn't the same as genuine respect. Valkyries traditionally earn standing through battlefield accomplishments or significant service to Asgard's interests. A brittle smile. My contributions tend toward the academic rather than the heroic. Before Issei could respond, they reached Gladsheim's imposing entrance, massive doors carved with scenes depicting the 9 realms. Inlaid with metals that shifted like quicksilver. We've arrived, Rossweisse announced, her voice returning to formal precision. Remember protocol. Address the All-Father as Lord Odin, speak only when addressed directly. And under no circumstances activate the Ultimatrix without explicit permission. Got it, Issei nodded, suddenly nervous. Anything else I should know? Sommet. Hing-like sympathy softened Rossweisse's features momentarily. Lord Odin can be unpredictable. His wisdom is unparalleled, but his methods sometimes appear unorthodox. Don't be alarmed by seemingly inappropriate comments or behavior. With that cryptic warning, she led him through doors that opened automatically at their approach. Inside, Gladsheim revealed itself as even more impressive than its exterior suggested. Soaring ceilings supported by columns of what appeared to be solid light, floors inlaid with moving representations of celestial bodies, and walls adorned with artifacts of obvious power and significance. They traversed several grand halls before reaching a smaller, more intimate chamber where a single figure awaited them. Despite the room's relative modesty, Power radiate. D from the elderly man who rose to greet them, an unmistakable aura of ancient authority tempered with something Issei couldn't quite identify. Ah, Rossweisse. Finally back with our dimensional anomaly, I see. Odin's voice boomed despite his advanced appearance. His single eye gleamed with intelligence and mischief in equal measure as he approached. And this must be the human who's causing such a stir across the pantheons. Lord Odin, Rossweisse bowed formally. May I present Issei Hyodo, bearer of the Ultimatrix. Issei bowed awkwardly, unsure of proper etiquette. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Odin. The All-Father circled Issei with unabashed curiosity, his single eye focusing primarily on the Ultimatrix. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Dimensional technology beyond even Asgardian understanding. And bonded to a human teenager, no less. He chuckled. The cosmos has an interesting sense of humor. My lord, Rossweisse interjected respectfully, I've prepared the initial assessment protocols as requested. The dimensional analysis chamber is ready whenever. Yes, Odin waved dismissively. The boring technical details can wait. First, I want to see it in action. The reports from Kyoto mentioned some rather impressive transformations. Rossweisse's carefully neutral expression didn't quite hide her discomfort at having her preparations dismissed. With respect, my lord. Uncontrolled demonstrations without proper containment protocols. Nonsense, Odin declared. What better way to understand something than to see it functioning naturally? He turned to Issei with undisguised enthusiasm. Well, boy, show me something impressive. Issei glanced uncertainly at Rossweisse, who gave a resigned nod despite her evident reservations. Perhaps a form with minimal environmental impact, she suggested diplomatically. Considering his options, Issei activated the Ultimatrix's interface, cycling through available transformations before selecting one he'd practiced extensively. This one should be safe indoors. With a flash of emerald light, his human form gave way to gray matter, the small, gray-skinned Galvan whose enhanced intelligence had proven useful for analytical situations. Standing barely 6 inches tall, he looked up at the now towering figures of Odin and Rossweisse. Galvan form, he explained in gray matter's distinctive high-pitched voice. Primarily intellectual capabilities rather than physical power. Incredible. Odin crouched to examine him more closely, his single eye wide with fascination. Complete biological restructuring at the cellular level, yet maintaining consciousness continuity. The energy requirements alone should be impossible to sustain. The transformation creates a quantum link to the species' native dimension, gray matter explained. The form's enhanced intelligence allowing him to articulate concepts he barely understood in human form. Energy is partially drawn across dimensional boundaries, rather than generated entirely from local sources. Which explains the disturbances we detected, Rossweisse noted, professional interest momentarily overcoming her formality. She knelt beside Odin, her analytical gaze studying gray matter with scholarly precision. Each transformation essentially punches a temporary hole between dimensions. Precisely, gray matter confirmed. Though the Ultimatrix incorporates stabilization protocols that seal the breach immediately after the necessary energy transfer. Odin's expression grew thoughtful. And these breaches, do they allow passage in both directions? Could entities from these other dimensions theoretically cross over? The question carried implications that even gray matter's enhanced intellect recognized as potentially concerning. Quote, the connection is tightly controlled and specifically calibrated for energy and genetic data transfer only. Physical passage would require deliberately overriding multiple safety protocols. But not impossible, Odin pressed. His casual tone belied by the intensity of his gaze. Theoretically possible but extremely unlikely without direct intervention from someone with advanced knowledge of the device's internal programming. Gray matter qualified. Odin straightened, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Fascinating. Show me another. Something with more physical capabilities this time. Aft. Receiving another subtle nod from Rossweisse, gray matter tapped his back. Another flash of green light transformed him into Diamond Head, the crystalline Petrosapian form that had saved him during his first encounter with Raynor. Now standing over 7 feet tall, his body composed entirely of living crystal, Issei towered over even Odin. This form has enhanced durability and can manipulate crystalline structures, he explained, demonstrating by extending his arm and forming a complex geometric shape from the crystals that comprised his body. Remarkable molecular control, Rossweisse observed. Her academic interest clearly piqued. The crystalline matrix appears simultaneously organic and inorganic. Indeed, Odin circled the transformation with undisguised delight. Battle applications are obvious, but I wonder about interaction with different energy types. He produced a small runic stone from his robes. May I? Before either Diamondhead or Rossweisse could respond, Odd impressed the stone against the crystalline arm. Norse magical energy flowed from the rune into the alien form, causing Diamondhead's body to temporarily illuminate from within with rainbow light. My lord, Rossweisse protested, alarmed. Fascinating response, Odin declared, ignoring her concern. Your crystalline structure not only conducts magical energy but appears to amplify and refine it. The applications for combined technological magical systems could be revolutionary. Diamondhead felt the foreign energy coursing through his form, not painful but distinctly unusual. The Ultimatrix is analyzing this energy pattern, he reported, noting the interface on his chest blinking rapidly. It seems to be incorporating the data into its transformation parameters. It learns, Odin exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm. Not merely a tool but an adaptive system. Rossweisse, make sure your analysis protocols account for evolutionary capabilities. Already incorporated, my lord, she assured him. Though her expression suggested she remained uncomfortable with the impromptu experimentation. After demonstrating several additional transformations, each met with increasing enthusiasm. From Odin and careful documentation from Rossweisse, Issei returned to human form, feeling slightly drained from the multiple consecutive changes. Remarkable, Odin declared, clapping Issei on the shoulder with surprising strength. Truly worthy of proper study. Rossweisse will handle the technical details, she's tediously thorough about such things. The comment, though seemingly dismissive, read an undercurrent of genuine approval. The preliminary assessment will require approximately 6 hours, Rossweisse explained, smoothly transitioning to practical matters. I've arranged accommodations and established a testing schedule that should. Yes, Odin interrupted again. But first, the boy needs proper Asgardian hospitality. Food, drink, perhaps entertainment. His single eye twinkled mischievously. I know several lovely shield maidens who would be fascinated by a shapeshifting visitor from Midgard. My lord, Rossweisse interjected with barely contained exasperation, the schedule we discussed can wait until tomorrow, Odin finished firmly. Today is for welcome and acclamation. The serious work begins after proper feasting. Despite Rossweisse's carefully composed expression, Issei detected her frustration at having meticulously arranged plans summarily discarded. Before he could offer any diplomatic comment, Odin continued. Unfortunately, matters of Tate prevent my personal participation in today's festivities. The All-Father sighed dramatically. Rossweisse, you'll see to our guests' entertainment. Consider it part of your diplomatic duties. Of course, my lord. She replied with perfect professionalism that nonetheless conveyed her resignation. Excellent, Odin beamed. Now, I must attend to other matters. Dimensional incursions near Jotunheim require my attention. Frost giants testing boundaries again, most likely. He fixed his penetrating gaze on Issei once more. We'll continue our discussions tomorrow, young Ultimatrix bearer. Most illuminating. With that abrupt dismissal, the All-Father departed, leaving Issei and Rossweisse alone in the suddenly quiet chamber. After a moment of silence, Rossweisse sighed softly. I should have anticipated this outcome. Lord Odin often revises carefully structured plans on impulse. He seems. Issei searched for a diplomatic description. Unpredictable, frustrating, brilliant but occasionally maddening, Rossweisse supplied with unexpected candor. Then, seeming to remember herself, she quickly added, though his wisdom is beyond question, of course. Of course, Issei agreed, offering a sympathetic smile. So what happens now? Rossweisse visibly recalibrated, her organizational skills shifting to accommodate the changed circumstances. I suppose we follow the All-Father's directive. A tour of Valhalla would be appropriate, followed by the evening meal. She consulted what appeared to be a crystalline timepiece. We have several hours before the formal testing. Facilities will be reconfigured for tomorrow. Sounds good to me, Issei nodded, genuinely interested in exploring more of the remarkable realm. Lead the way. As they exited Gladsheim, Rossweisse Gradually relaxed into a more natural conversational rhythm, her formal Valkyrie persona softening slightly away from Odin's direct presence. She proved to be a knowledgeable guide, explaining Asgard's history and culture with academic precision tempered by genuine appreciation. The central district maintains traditional architecture, she explained as they traversed a wide avenue lined with impossibly tall structures that somehow blended harmoniously with their surroundings. While the outer rings incorporate more recent innovations inspired by exchanges with other realms. Including Earth. Midgard. Issei asked, noticing occasional elements that seemed surprisingly familiar amidst the alien grandeur. Indeed, despite popular misconception, traffic between realms has never entirely ceased. Cultural exchange continues, though often disguised or limited to specific channels. A small smile touched her lips. Your entertainment industry occasionally stumbles upon accurate depictions of Asgard, though usually dismissed as creative fiction. Their tour continued through various districts, the warrior training grounds where combatants wielded weapons of impossible design. Markets selling goods from across the 9 realms, academic centers where scholars studied magical phenomena using methods that blended science and sorcery seamlessly. Throughout, Issei noticed how other Asgardians reacted to Rossweisse, with formal respect but subtle distance. Despite her evident expertise and position, she seemed somehow separate from her peers, an outsider despite her belonging. This building houses the Dimensional Research Institute, she explained as they passed a structure composed of what appeared to be overlapping reality planes. My primary academic affiliation not serving as Lord Odin's representative. You're a researcher too, besides being a Valkyrie? Issei asked, increasingly impressed by her multifaceted capabilities. Something like genuine pleasure flickered across her features. When duties permit, my last published work examined theoretical applications of cross-realm energy transference in defensive enchantment matrices. She paused, looking momentarily embarrassed. A rather specialized topic, admittedly. Sounds fascinating, Issei replied sincerely. Though I probably wouldn't understand most of it. You might be surprised, Rossweisse countered. Your Galvan transformation demonstrated remarkable comprehension of interdimensional principles. The knowledge seems to persist partially even in human form. Issei considered this observation. You're right. Concepts that would have been completely beyond me before sometimes make sense now, especially after I've been in certain forms. Consciousness bleed through, Rossweisse nodded. Magical and neurological perspectives. We should add cognitive assessment to tomorrow's testing protocols. As evening approached, they made their way toward what Rossweisse described as a modest feast hall, that nonetheless proved to be a massive structure capable of seating hundreds. Inside, long tables arranged in concentric circles surrounded a central hearth where various foods cooked on eternal flames. Typically reserved for scholars and diplomatic visitors, Rossweisse explained as they were seated at a table near the hearth. More subdued than warrior halls, Huff still maintaining Asgardian traditions. Subdued, apparently being relative, as the meal that followed featured quantities of food that could have fed Issei's entire class, mead served in drinking horns. And sporadic outbursts of singing from various tables. Throughout, Asgardians approached their table with barely disguised curiosity about the human visitor. Word travels quickly regarding unusual guests, Rossweisse explained after politely deflecting the third group of inquiring scholars, particularly one under the All-Father's direct interest. Do you always handle diplomatic visitors? Issei asked, genuinely curious about her role. Rarely, she admitted. My assignments typically involve academic consultation or specific reconnaissance missions. This assignment is unusual. Because of the Ultimatrix, partially. She hesitated, then continued with unexpected candor. Also because Lord Odin rarely entrusts diplomatic responsibilities to me. My strengths lie elsewhere. You seem pretty good at it, Issei observed, explaining things clearly, handling protocol, managing complicated situations. A slight blush colored her cheeks at the compliment. Organization and analysis come naturally to me. Social dynamics less so. The admission, offered with simple honesty, revealed more about Rossweisse than her extended explanations of Asgardian culture. Issei recognized something familiar in her experience, the feeling of capability overlooked, of skills unappreciated despite their value. Sometimes the most important contributions aren't the most visible, he offered. Like how you noticed the dimensional aspects of the Ultimatrix immediately, while others focused only on its power applications. Rossweisse studied him with newfound interest. An unusually perceptive observation. Before Issei could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 3 Asgardian warriors whose armor and bearing marked them as elite fighters. Their leader, a broad-shouldered man with intricate braids in his red beard, addressed Rossweisse with barely concealed condescension. "Valkyrie Rossweisse," he greeted, his formal bow containing a subtle mockery. "We heard rumors of your special assignment. Babysitting a human with an unusual trinket seems well suited to your particular talents." Rossweisse's expression remained perfectly composed, though Issei noticed her hands tighten slightly around her drinking horn. "Commander Rothgar, how unexpected to see you in the Scholars' Hall. Did you perhaps take a wrong turn while seeking the practice grounds?" The subtle barb caused the commander's companions to exchange amused glances, but Rothgar's smile merely hardened. "Academic wit, your only true weapon, it seems. Tell me, how many actual battles have you participated in during your lengthy Valkyrie career? The count remains at 0, does it not?" "My service record is available for review through appropriate channels," Rossweisse replied evenly. "As is yours, with its curious pattern of engagements against consistently outnumbered opponents." Rothgar's expression darkened. "Careful, Scholar Shield. Even Odin's tolerance for your failures has limits. Is there a problem here?" Issei interjected, uncomfortable with the increasingly hostile exchange. The commander's attention shifted to him, evaluating the seemingly ordinary human with obvious dismissal. "So this is the Midgardian with the shape-changing device. Hardly impressive in this form." "Appearances can be deceiving," Issei replied mildly, though he felt the Ultimatrix warming slightly against his wrist in response to his rising irritation. "Indeed they can," Rothgar agreed with false cordiality. "Like how our scholarly Valkyrie appears to be a warrior but has never actually proven herself in combat." He turned back to Rossweisse. "Perhaps you should demonstrate your legendary analytical abilities by examining why you were really assigned this diplomatic babysitting duty." With that parting shot, he and his companions departed, leaving a tense silence in their wake. Rossweisse maintained perfect composure, though Issei detected a slight tremor in her hand as she set down her drinking horn. "I apologize for the interruption," she said formally. "Commander Rothgar represents a certain traditional faction that values direct combat prowess above other contributions." "He was being a jerk," Issei stated flatly. "And completely wrong about your capabilities." Surprise flickered across Rossweisse's features at his direct defense. "You've known me less than a day. How could you possibly evaluate my capabilities? I've seen how you handle complex situations, how you analyze problems, how you balance diplomatic requirements with practical needs," Issei replied honestly. "Those are real skills, even if some muscle-bound warrior doesn't recognize their value." For a moment, Rossweisse's carefully maintained professional mask slipped, revealing genuine appreciation. "That's uncommonly perceptive." Then, with visible effort, she resumed her composed demeanor. "Nevertheless, Commander Rothgar's assessment reflects a common perspective in Asgardian hierarchy. Battle prowess traditionally determines status among Valkyries. Traditions can change," Issei suggested. "Maybe they should." A complicated expression crossed Rossweisse's face, something between wistful agreement and pragmatic resignation. "Perhaps, but not quickly, and not easily." She glanced at a nearby timepiece. "We should conclude our meal. Even with today's adjusted schedule, we have preparations to complete before tomorrow's assessments." The remainder of the evening passed in more formal interaction as Rossweisse escorted Issei to his assigned quarters, comfortable accommodations within the diplomatic wing of a building adjacent to the research facilities. Though their conversation remained cordial, the easy rapport they'd begun developing had partially retreated behind professional boundaries after Rothgar's interruption. "Testing begins at first light," Rossweisse explained as they reached his quarters. "I'll return to escort you to the facilities. Please refrain from activating the Ultimatrix until then. Asgardian sensors are calibrated to detect unauthorized transformations within the city." "Understood," Issei nodded. "And, thanks for today. Despite the schedule changes, I learned a lot." Something softened briefly in her expression. You're an unusually adaptable student. That quality will serve you well in navigating the complexities ahead. With a formal bow, she departed, leaving Issei to settle into his temporary Asgardian home. The testing facilities proved to be a marvel of Asgardian magical technology. A massive chamber whose walls shifted constantly between different elemental states, surrounded by observation platforms equipped with crystalline instruments that hummed with power. Runes inscribed long specialized containment circles glowed with varying intensities as Rossweisse made final adjustments to the equipment. The chamber is designed to safely contain and analyze energy patterns from multiple realms, she explained. Her demeanor fully professional in the presence of several Asgardian researchers who had joined them. Each transformation will be systematically documented and read against our existing dimensional taxonomy. Will it hurt? Issei asked, eyeing a particularly ominous-looking device that resembled a cross between a telescope and a harpoon. Be minimal, Rossweisse assured him. Though certain energy resonance tests may produce unusual sensations as the Ultimatrix responds to external stimuli. The assessment began with basic transformations, forms Issei had mastered during his training with the devils and yokai. Each triggered different responses from the Asgardian instruments, with researchers excitedly documenting results in what appeared to be living parchment that absorbed information directly. Remarkable energy signature variability, noted one elderly scholar whose robes marked him as a senior researcher. Each form maintains core commonality, i.e. while expressing unique dimensional frequencies. The Pyronite form particularly interacts with Muspelheim resonance patterns, observed another, studying readings from Heatblast's recent demonstration. Almost as if it evolved in similar conditions. Throughout, Rossweisse coordinated the process with meticulous precision, her academic expertise evident in how she contextualized observatio NS and suggested specific testing parameters. Despite her junior status among the researchers, her insights clearly commanded respect within this scientific setting. Next, we should examine adaptation capabilities, she suggested, approaching Issei during a break between transformations. How the Ultimatrix responds to exposure to uniquely Asgardian energy patterns. Before they could proceed, however, an alarm echoed throughout the facility, a deep, resonant tone that caused the Asgardian researchers to exchange concerned glances. Breach warning, Rossweisse explained, immediately shifting from academic to alert. Something has penetrated outer realm defenses. A shimmering communication portal appeared in the center of the chamber, revealing the face of an Asgardian guard captain. Quote, priority alert to all defensive personnel. Jotunheim incursion detected in the western quadrant. Multiple frost giants have bypassed primary barriers through unknown means. All available warriors respond immediately. The researchers immediately began securing equipment and activating protective measures around the facility. Rossweisse's expression shifted to focused determination as she quickly accessed what appeared to be an armory panel concealed within the chamber wall. Testing is suspended, she announced, retrieving a spear inscribed with complex runes. Security protocols require immediate response to realm incursions. What about me? Issei asked, the Ultimatrix already glowing in response to the perceived threat. Rossweisse hesitated, clearly torn between protocol and practicality. Standard procedure would be to secure you in protected quarters until the threat is contained. Or, Issei suggested, I could help. Some of my transformations are specifically suited to cold-based opponents. Before Rossweisse could respond, another communication portal appeared, this one displaying Odin himself, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Rossweisse, the All-Father commanded without preamble, bring the Ultimatrix bearer to the western defense line immediately. These are no ordinary frost giants, they're wielding artifacts that disrupt our standard containment measures. Understood, my lord, Rossweisse replied, surprise briefly visible before her training reasserted itself. We'll depart immediately. As the portal closed, she turned to Issei with new urgency. It seems your assistance will be required after all. Can you transform into something capable of rapid transit? In response, Issei activated the Ultimatrix, selecting XLR-8, his kinesolaran form specialized for high-speed movement. In a flash of green light, he transformed into the velociraptor-like alien with wheels for feet and a streamlined helmet. This fast enough? He asked, his bow ice carrying the characteristic rasp of this form. Impressive, Rossweisse acknowledged, quickly donning lightweight battle armor that materialized from her seemingly ordinary business attire. But I'll need to guide you. Follow closely. Quote, to XLR8's a surprise, Rossweisse activated her own transportation magic, a complex runic circle that manifested beneath her feet, allowing her to glide at remark. Able speed along specialized pathways invisible to normal perception. While not matching his kinesolaran velocity, she moved far faster than any human could hope to achieve. They raced through Asgard, Ian's streets now buzzing with defensive activity, warriors mobilizing, civilians moving to designated shelter areas, magical barriers being reinforced at key points. As they approached the western quadrant, temperature dropped dramatically. Frost forming on surfaces even within supposedly climate-controlled areas. Frost giant incursion signature, Rossweisse explained as they slowed near a defense perimeter where Asgardian warriors had formed battle lines. They bring Jotunheim's elemental cold with them when breaching realms. Beyond the defensive line, XLR8 could see the threat, massive UE-skinned giants standing 15 to 20 feet tall, their bodies partially encased in ice armor. Most concerning, however, were the weapons they wielded, ancient-looking artifacts that emitted waves of blue-white energy capable of freezing Asgardian barriers on contact. Those devices shouldn't exist outside secured vaults, Rossweisse murmured, analyzing the situation with professional assessment. Ancient weapons from the First Aesir-Jotun War, supposedly contained for millennia. Odin stood at the center of the defensive line, his casual demeanor from yesterday replaced by the bearing of a true war god. Power radiated from him as he directed defensive operations, his Speargingner glowing with runic energy. Ah, finally, he called upon seeing them approach. Our dimensional expert and shapeshifting visitor. Perfect timing. Lord Odin, Rossweisse bowed quickly. Assessment of the situation, 23 frost giants, led by Therm's second son, Odin summarized efficiently. They've acquired frost caskets capable of temporarily neutralizing standard Asgardian defenses. Conventional attacks prove minimally effective due to enhanced cold auras. What do you need from us? XLR8 asked, already cycling through mental options for which transformation might prove most effective. The artifacts they wield create dimensional micro-fractures, similar to your transformations but cruder and more destructive. Odin explained, we need to seal these fractures while simultaneously neutralizing their cold-based advantages. Rossweisse immediately grasped the implications. A combined approach, my dimensional sealing techniques coupled with a transformation capable of thermal manipulation. Precisely, Odin confirmed with approval, theoretical expertise and practical application together, exactly why I assigned you to study the Ultimatrix in the first place. The subtle validation seemed to straighten Rossweisse's posture slightly as she quickly began formulating a strategy. We'll need to target the artifact specifically. Direct confrontation with frost giants while they wield the caskets would be ineffective. XLR8 tapped the Ultimatrix symbol on his chest, transforming in a flash of green light into Heatblast, his pyronite form composed of living magma contained within a humanoid coal-like body. This form should counter their cold-based attacks. Perfect complementary capabilities. Rossweisse nodded. My dimensional sealing can close the fractures their artifacts create, while your thermal generation neutralizes their elemental advantage. ODI. N clapped his hands together with surprising enthusiasm given the dire circumstances. Excellent. A practical field test of your combined capabilities. Proceed immediately. The Western Residential District is their apparent target. Why target civilians? Heatblast asked as they moved toward the indicated position, he propelling himself on jets of flame while Rossweisse kept pace using her runic transportation. Likely a diversion, she assessed. Standard Jotun tactics involve multiple simultaneous objectives. Thievery lies elsewhere. As they reached the residential district, they found frost giants using their artifacts to systematically freeze and shatter Asgardian structures. Civilians had largely evacuated, though a few remained trapped behind ice barriers too thick for normal rescue methods. We need to disable those artifacts first, Rossweisse determined, analyzing the situation rapidly. The dimensional fractures are emanating directly from the caskets, not the giants themselves. Distraction and precision strike, Heat Blast suggested, already generating intensified flame between his palms. Precisely what I was thinking, Rossweisse agreed with a tight smile. Your thermal signature will naturally draw their attention as their elemental opposite. The plan formed with remarkable synchronicity despite their limited time working together. Heat Blast launched himself directly into the giant's view, unleashing a massive firestorm that immediately melted their ice armor and forced them to activate defensive measures from their artifacts. Jotans, he taunted, hovering on a flame platform above their reach. Is this the best Jotunheim offers? I've seen ice cream melt slower. The provocation worked perfectly. All three giants focused their artifacts on the fiery figure, leaving themselves momentarily vulnerable to Rossweisse's approach from behind. Moving with unexpected martial grace that belied her academic reputation, she activated complex runic sequences that targeted the dimensional fractures emanating from the artifacts. Seal and contain, she incanted in ancient Norse, her spear tracing patterns that glowed with counter-frequency energy. Bind that which breaches, restore that which separates. The effects were immediate and dramatic. The blue-white energy from the frost caskets suddenly contorted, folding back upon itself as the dimensional fractures began closing. The giants roared in confusion and anger as their weapons malfunctioned, ice energies dissipating uselessly into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Heat Blast intensified his flames to maximum output, creating a heat wave that struck the giants directly. Without their artifacts, protection, the frost giants recoiled from the thermal assault, their natural vulnerability to extreme heat evident in how their icy bodies began to steam and crack. Surrender or melt, Heat Blast demanded, consolidating flame into concentrated plasma orbs hovering around him. Your choice. Two of the giants immediately dropped their now useless artifacts, raising massive hands in surrender. The third, however, snarled defiance and hurled his frost casket directly at Rossweisse, who was still maintaining the sealing enchantment. Heat Blast reacted instantly, interposing himself between the projectile and the Valkyrie. The impact against his magma body caused the already destabilized artifact to shatter, releasing a chaotic burst of uncontrolled dimensional and elemental energy. For a moment, reality itself seemed to warp around them, ice and fire intermingling in impasse. BLE patterns as dimensional boundaries temporarily dissolved. Heat Blast felt the Ultimatrix destabilize briefly before compensating with an emerald pulse that helped stabilize the immediate area. When the chaotic energy dissipated, both Heat Blast and Rossweisse remained standing, though the Valkyrie looked momentarily disoriented from the dimensional disruption. The defiant frost giant lay unconscious, his form partially encased in what appeared to be self-generated ice. That was unpleasant, Rossweisse understated, quickly regaining her composure. The artifact's destabilization could Avenue created a permanent dimensional tear if not for your device's apparent stabilizing effect. The Ultimatrix compensated automatically, Heat Blast confirmed, examining the symbol on his chest wick. H pulsed with slightly different patterns than before. It seems to have incorporated data from the interaction. Before they could discuss further implications, communication crystals throughout the district activated with Odin's voice. Additional breach detected. Central Archive District under direct assault. Suspected primary objective identified. The archives. Rossweisse's expression shifted to alarm. They contain artifacts and knowledge far more dangerous than frost caskets. If that's their true target. Let's go, Heat Blast agreed, already moving toward the new threat. They arrived at the Archive District to find a significantly more concerning situation. A single, massive frost giant who towered over his kin, wielding what appeared to be an ancient ice-bound hammer radiating power that made the frost caskets seem trivial by comparison. Utgard Vili, Rossweisse identified with evident concern. Therm's firstborn and heir, a strategic planner, not a common raider. His presence indicates orchestrated purpose, not random aggression. The massive giant was systematically dismantling archive defenses while smaller giants retrieved specific items from within, clearly targeted theft rather than random destruction. Asgardian defenders struggled against the coordinated assault, their conventional weapons proving ineffective against Utgard Vili's superior artifacts and tactical positioning. He's after something specific, Heat Blast observed. And he's smart enough to use the other attacks as diversions. The Western District incursion was merely misdirection, Rossweisse agreed. quickly analyzing patterns in the giant's movements. They're targeting the cosmological section, ancient texts and artifacts relating to realm travel and dimensional manipulation. Quote, like technology related to the Ultimatrix, Heat Blast realized. Or at least similar principles. Rossweisse nodded grimly. Precisely. This isn't random aggression, it's targeted intelligence gathering. Before they could formulate a proper strategy, Utgard-Vili noticed their arrival. Unlike his less sophisticated kin, he immediately recognized the threat they represented. The fire shifter and Odin's scholar shield. He rumbled in surprisingly articulate Norse. Your reputation precedes you, Valkyrie Rossweisse, theoretical master of dimensional magics. And you, he focused on Heat Blast, the era of technology beyond even Asgardian understanding. You seem well informed for a frost giant, Heat Blast replied, maintaining combat readiness while engaging the unexpectedly diplomatic opponent. Information is power, Utgard-Vili stated simply, which is precisely why we've come. Jotunheim deserves access to dimensional knowledge as much as Asgard, especially when new variables enter the equation. He gestured toward the Ultimatrix symbol visible on Heat Blast's chest. Knowledge restricted for good reason, Rossweisse countered, her spear glowing with prepared runic sequences. Dime. Ensional stability maintains the integrity of all 9 realms, including Jotunheim. So claims Asgard while hoarding secrets, the giant prince responded coldly. Yet when dimensional anomalies appear, only Asgard is permitted to study them. He focused on Heat Blast again. What has Odin told you of the coming convergence, shapeshifter? Of how your device's unique energy signature interacts with prophesied events? The question caught both Heat Blast and Rossweisse by surprise. What convergence? He asked, glancing toward the Valkyrie who appeared equally confused. Utgard-Vili's icy features formed what might have been a smile. As I suspected, Odin keeps secrets even from his own agents. He raised his hammer, frost energy coalescing around it. Unfortunately, I cannot linger to educate you. Our mission is nearly complete. With unexpected speed for his massive size, the giant prince brought his hammer down against the archive's central dome. Rather than shattering it, however, impact created a controlled dimensional fracture, a tear in reality through which his subordinates began retreating with their stolen artifacts and texts. Stop them, Rossweisse commanded, launching a barrage of runic projectiles toward the escaping giants. Several NDING smaller Jotuns in place, but the majority escaped through the dimensional tier. Heat Blast launched himself directly at Utgard-Vili, generating his most intense flames to counter the giant's frost aura. The collision of opposing elemental forces created a superheated steam explosion that temporarily obscured the entire area. When visibility returned, Heat Blast found himself facing Utgard-Vili across a battlefield of melted stone and ice. The giant prince appeared damaged but far from defeated, ice reforming around injuries even as they occurred. Impressive thermal output, the giant acknowledged. But ultimately futile. What we sought is already secured. Rossweisse appeared beside Heat Blast, her battle armor showing signs of combat but her determination undiminished. Whatever you've taken won't help you. Asgardian knowledge requires context only our scholars possess. Perhaps, Utgard-Vili conceded. Or, perhaps external perspectives will reveal insights your traditions overlook. He glanced meaningfully at Heat Blast. Ask Odin about the convergence prophecy, shapeshifter. Ask why your arrival coincides with events foretold millennia ago. With those cryptic words, the giant prince raised his hammer once more, creating a localized blizzard that momentarily blinded both defenders. When it cleared, Utgard-Vili had vanished through his dimensional tear, which sealed itself with a final pulse of frost energy. Damn, Heat Blast muttered as the Ultimatrix timed out, returning him to human form in a flash of green light. They got away with whatever they came for. Not entirely, Rossweisse replied, gesturing toward the bound frost giants who had failed to escape. And more importantly, we prevented their complete access to the archives. The most dangerous texts remain secured. Asgardian reinforcements arrived moments later, led by Odin himself who surveyed the damage with a single penetrating eye. Utgard-Vili, he observed grimly, I suspected Therm's hand behind this, but direct involvement of his heir elevates concerns considerably. My lord, Rossweisse reported formally. EY targeted specific materials relating to dimensional theory and interdimensional transit. Preliminary assessment suggests successful extraction of approximately 20 artifacts and 15 primary texts. Concerning but manageable, Odin nodded, before turning to Issei. Your assistance proved invaluable. The thermal capabilities of your transformation neutralized their elemental advantage effectively. Thank you, Issei acknowledged, before adding cautiously, though Utgard-Vili mentioned something called the Convergence Prophecy. He seemed to think it was connected to the Ultimatrix somehow. Odin's expression remained carefully neutral, though something flickered behind his single eye. Frost giant manipulation and misinformation. Their kind often weaves half-truths with fabrications to create doubt among allies. The explanation seemed reasonable, yet Issei noticed Rossweisse's slight frown. Clearly, the Valkyrie found something about Odin's dismissal questionable. However, she maintained professional silence in the presence of other Asgardians now securing the area. We should document the encounter while details remain fresh, she suggested instead. Particularly how the Ultimatrix interacted with the dimensional fractures. An excellent suggestion, Odin agreed with suspicious enthusiasm. You'll handle the comprehensive report, of course. Your analytical precision is perfect for such documentation. Quote, Rossweisse bowed formally. As you wish, my lord. As Asgardian forces secured the captured giants and began restoration efforts, Odin pulled Issei aside briefly. You fought well today, the All-Father commended, and demonstrated commendable teamwork with Rossweisse. Her theoretical knowledge paired surprisingly effectively with your adaptive capabilities. She's extremely capable, Issei affirmed. I'm surprised she doesn't get more combat assignments, given how well she handled herself. Something like approval flickered across Odin's ancient features. Perhaps her talents have been underutilized in certain areas. Today's events provide useful perspective on potential adjustments to her responsibilities. With that cryptic statement, Odin departed to oversee recovery operations, leaving Issei to rejoin Rossweisse, who was already documenting the encounter with characteristic thoroughness. Are you all right? He asked, noting a subtle tension in her otherwise composed demeanor. Physically unharmed, she replied without looking up from her work. Then, lowering her voice to ensure privacy, she added, though concerned about Utgard-Vili's claims. The Convergence Prophecy is not frost giant misinformation. It's a well-documented Asgardian prediction regarding cyclical alignment of the 9 realms. So Odin lied? Issei asked, equally quietly. Misdirected, Rossweisse corrected carefully, which suggests the connection between your device and the prophecy may be significant enough to warrant unusual discretion. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Commander Hrothgar and his warriors, who surveyed the battle scene with professional assessment. So the Scholar Shield actually engaged in combat, he observed with evident surprise. And survived, no less. Perhaps there's hope for you yet, Valkyrie. Rather than responding to the backhanded compliment, Rossweisse continued her documentation with unbroken focus. The dimensional fracture patterns require thorough analysis. Standard containment protocols proved inadequate against the modified frost artifacts. Hrothgar's expression soured at being effectively ignored. I see your battle experience hasn't improved your social graces. He turned to Issei with barely concealed disdain. And you, human, I'm told your transformations proved useful. Though real warriors wouldn't have allowed Utgard-Vili to escape. We prioritize protecting the archives and civilians, Issei replied evenly. Capturing their leader was secondary to preventing catastrophic damage. A convenient rationalization for failure, Hrothgar dismissed. Though I suppose adequate performance for a scholar and a human playing at being warriors. Before either could respond, another voice interrupted. One of Hrothgar's own warriors, a younger Asgardian with more thoughtful features than his commander. With respect, Commander, he interjected carefully, Rep. Orts from the Western District indicate their combined strategy neutralized 3 frost giants without casualties. And here they prevented complete archive access despite facing Utgard-Vili directly. Hrothgar's expression darkened at the unexpected contradiction from his subordinate. Careful, Tyr. Questioning command assessments borders on insubordination. Merely providing complete tactical information, Commander. The younger warrior replied respectfully but firmly. Accurate assessment requires comprehensive data. The unexpected support from an Asgardian warrior seemed to momentarily disarm Hrothgar. who merely grunted before leading his team toward another section of the damaged archives. Once they departed, Rossweisse glanced at the young warrior named Tyr with carefully concealed surprise. "That was unexpected, quote, but appreciated," Issei added with a grateful nod to the Asgardian. Tyr shrugged slightly. "Combat effectiveness deserves recognition regardless of source. Your combined approach was strategically sound." With a respectful nod to both, he followed his commander, leaving Rossweisse staring after him with a thoughtful expression. "That rarely happens," she admitted quietly. "What? Being defended by another warrior? Being evaluated on actual results rather than preconceptions." She returned to her documentation, though her movements seemed slightly less tense than before. Asgardian hierarchies change slowly, but perhaps not immutably. As they completed necessary reports and assisted with cleanup operations, Issei noticed subtle shifts in how other Asgardians interacted with their effective defense had apparently spread quickly, and while not transformative, there seemed to be marginally increased respect in how warriors addressed the scholarly Valkyrie. By evening, with immediate crisis management complete, they found themselves in a smaller, more private section of the archive, a reading room largely undamaged by the attack. Rossweisse had requested access to certain texts to complete her analysis, though Issei suspected she had additional motivations. "Here," she said quietly, sliding an ancient tome across the table after ensuring they were alone. "The convergence prophecy that Utgard-Vili referenced." The book contained complex astronomical charts alongside text in ancient Norse that Issei couldn't read. Rossweisse translated selected passages. "When pathways between realms thin as stars align, power from beyond the known shall manifest through an unexpected vessel. Neither of the 9 realms nor entirely separate. This power shall disrupt established order while creating opportunity for greater harmony or greater chaos." "That's vague," Issei observed, though uneasiness settled in his stomach. "It could refer to almost anything. Most ancient prophecies are deliberately ambiguous," Rossweisse agreed. "But the timing is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. The next convergence, when all 9 realms align, occurs within months. And your device creates exactly the type of interdimensional disruption described. You think the Ultimatrix is connected to this prophecy somehow? That its arrival was destined?" Rossweisse considered this carefully. "I think power such as yours rarely appears without significant implications. Whether predetermined or coincidental, the alignment of these events deserves serious consideration. And Odin knows this," Issei surmised. "That's why he wanted me brought to Asgard immediately." "Very likely," Rossweisse confirmed, though his specific concerns remain unclear. The prophecy itself doesn't indicate whether this power from beyond represents threat or opportunity. "Just that it disrupts the established order," Issei noted wryly. "Which I seem to be doing pretty effectively already." A ghost of a smile touched Rossweisse's lips. "Indeed, though perhaps not entirely negatively." She closed the ancient text carefully. "Today's battle demonstra something important. How different approaches can complement each other effectively. My theoretical knowledge paired with your adaptive capabilities created solutions neither could have achieved alone. We make a good team." Issei agreed, recalling how naturally their strategies had aligned despite their limited time working together. "An unexpected but effective partnership," Rossweisse acknowledged. "Perhaps another example of disruption creating positive outcomes." Their conversation was interrupted by a messenger bearing Odin's seal, a formal notification that their scheduled return to Midgard would proceed tomorrow as planned, with additional arrangements for future exchanges to continue their research. "It seems our initial visit concludes on schedule despite today's excitement," Rossweisse observed. "Though with considerably more practical data than anticipated. And more questions," Issei added. "Indeed, questions I intend to pursue during your absence." Her expression grew thoughtful. "If the convergence truly relates to your device, understanding those connections becomes increasingly important." "You'll keep me informed?" Issei asked. "Even if Odin prefers to keep certain information restricted." Rossweisse hesitated, loyalty to Odin briefly warring with academic integrity and their newly formed connection. "I'll share what I can responsibly disclose," she decided finally. "Some Asgardian knowledge carries inherent risks if misunderstood or misapplied." "Fair enough," Issei agreed, understanding her position. "Just don't dismiss me as needing action from information that directly affects me." After seeing you face frost giants without hesitation, I'd be foolish to underestimate your capacity to handle difficult truths. Her tone carried new respect, developed through shared combat rather than mere theoretical assessment. As they finalized preparations for the following day's departure, Issei reflected on how dramatically his percept Ion of Rossweisse had evolved in just 2 days. The initially formal, slightly distant Valkyrie had revealed depths of capability, intelligence, and understated courage that commanded genuine admiration. "Thank you," he said suddenly as they concluded their work. "For what specifically?" she asked, surprise evident in her expression. "For taking me seriously from the beginning," Issei explained. "For seeing the Ultimatrix as something to understand rather than just use or control. Most people focus on what it can do rather than what it means." Rossweisse considered this thoughtfully. "Her APS because I understand what it means to be evaluated based on assumptions rather than actual capabilities." She organized her materials with characteristic precision as she continued. "Your device presents unprecedented interdimensional technology, yes. But how you choose to apply that power ultimately matters more than its theoretical potential. Like how knowledge can be theoretical or applied," Issei suggested, drawing a parallel to her own situation. A genuine smile briefly illuminated her features. "Precisely. Today demonstrated the value of both aspects working in concert rather than opposition." As evening deepened into night, they parted ways with formal courtesy that nonetheless carried newfound mutual respect. Issei returned to his quarters to prepare for tomorrow's departure, while Rossweisse headed toward the archive's restricted section, determination evident in her purposeful stride. The scholarly Valkyrie had proven herself a warrior when circumstances demanded, while the bearer of alien power had demonstrated thoughtfulness beyond his years. Their unexpected partnership, forged in combat against frost giants, had created something neither had anticipated, a genuine connection based on mutual understanding rather than mere circumstance or obligation. As Issei drifted toward sleep in his Asgardian quarters, the Ultimatrix pulsed softly on his wrist, its NTER face briefly displaying Norse runes before returning to its standard configuration. Another adaptation, another evolution in response to new experiences and connections. Tomorrow would bring return to the human world and its own challenges, but today had established a bridge between realms that transcended mere dimensional travel. Whatever the convergence prophecy might ultimately mean for the bearer of the Ultimatrix, he would face it with allies whose value had been proven in battle and conversation alike. Among them, a silver-haired Valkyrie whose analytical mind and understated courage had earned not just respect, but something approaching genuine friendship, a connection neither had expected to form when the day began. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Draconic Interest. Midnight Shroud. Dikuo Academy in velvet darkness as Issei crouched atop the old-school building, the Ultimatrix casting emerald light across his concentrated features. 4 weeks had passed since his Asgardian adventure, and tonight marked his 3rd consecutive evening of solo training, pushing boundaries away from watchful eyes and well-meaning advisors. "Scan complete," the device announced, projecting a holographic map of the surrounding area. Energy anomalies detected at coordinates 35.7 degrees north, 139.8 degrees east. Classification: Draconic signature, dampened. "Another one," Issei muttered, adding the location to his mental map of similar detections over the past week. That makes 7 total. Since returning from Asgard, the Ultimatrix had demonstrated enhanced sensitivity to draconic energy, an apparent side effect of its exposure to Tiamat's power. These mysterious signatures had begun appearing 3 days ago, always brief and seemingly intentionally obscured, as if someone was testing D rather than announcing their presence. Issei cycled through transformation options, selecting a form he'd been practicing for surveillance situations. The Ultimatrix's dial depressed under his palm, emerald light washing over him as organic matter rearranged into something definitively non-human. Ghostfreak's spectral form rose from the rooftop, single eye glowing within the pale, ghost-like body. This ectonorite transformation excelled at stealth, though Issei had discovered its consciousness carried unsettling alien instincts that required careful control. "Just a quick reconnaissance," he reminded himself, voice echoing with Ghostfreak's characteristic ethereal quality. "Identify the source without engagement." Turning intangible, He drifted from the rooftop and streaked across the night sky toward the detected coordinates. Ghost Freak's form passed effortlessly through physical obstacles, allowing direct transit through buildings and trees rather than around them. The location proved to be an abandoned shrine on Kuos outskirts, a small wooden structure partially reclaimed by nature, its torii gate listing sideways like a drunk sentinel. At first glance, nothing suggested supernatural activity, but Ghost Freak's enhanced perception detected residual energy traces winding like fading smoke through the clearing. Someone was definitely here, he murmured, examining disturbed soil revealing recent footprints. Human-sized, not giant dragon tracks. A soft rustle from nearby trees triggered Ghost Freak's defensive instincts. He immediately went invisible, a capability beyond mere intangibility, rendering him undetectable to most senses. Impressive adaptation of that form's capabilities, observed a familiar voice from directly behind him. Though ineffective against draconic perception, Ghost Freak whirled to find Tiamat standing calmly in the shrine's center, her human-like appearance belied by eyes that glowed with ancient power. Unlike their previous encounters where she projected overwhelming authority, tonight she appeared almost casual, dressed in modern clothes rather than her usual elaborate robes, her blue hair gathered in a simple braid. Tiamat, Ghost Freak acknowledged, abandoning his invisibility since it proved useless. I might have known the signatures were yours. Not mine, she corrected, gesturing toward the energy traces. Though familiar. Tell me, why do you investigate alone rather than with your devil or yokai allies? The question carried no judgment, merely curiosity. Before answering, Issei tapped the Ultimatrix symbol on his chest, reverting to human form in a flash of green light. Because I need to learn independence, he replied honestly. Everyone offers protection with strings attached, explicit or implicit. I need to understand what I'm dealing with on my own terms. Something like approval flickered across Tiamat's features. A mature perspective. Dependent power is vulnerable power. She approached the decaying shrine steps and sat with unexpected informality. Though independence need not mean isolation, Issei hesitated before joining her, maintaining a respectful distance. Why are you here, Tiamat? Our previous meetings weren't exactly casual. Circumstances evolve, as must approaches. She studied him with ancient eyes that seemed to perceive layers beyond physical appearance. You've grown since as guard, not merely in controlling transformations but in understanding their implications. You know about Asgard. Issei shouldn't have been surprised, yet found himself consistently underestimating the dragon's information network. The frost giant incursion targeting dimensional knowledge. Of course, a hint of amusement colored her tone. Dragons maintain awareness of significant interdimensional events, particularly those involving artifacts of unusual power, like the Ultimatrix. Indeed, she gestured toward the device. Though its connection to draconic matters remains the more intriguing aspect. Issei's pulse quickened. You mean what Yasaka mentioned? About dormant power. She perceived shadows of truth. Tiamat nodded. The nine-tailed fox possesses remarkable spiritual sensitivity. Though limited cosmic perspective, her gaze intensified. Tell me, have you experienced unusual dreams since acquiring the Ultimatrix? Visions of places you've never visited. Instinctive knowledge you cannot explain. The question struck uncomfortably close to experiences Issei had dismissed as stress-induced imagination. Vivid dreams of soaring through unfamiliar skies. Occasional knowledge about supernatural matters he couldn't remember learning. Sometimes, he admitted cautiously. I assumed they were bleed-through from alien transformations. Partially correct, Tiamat acknowledged. The Ultimatrix creates consciousness bridges between species. However, her voice lowered meaningfully, some bridges existed before you found the device. Before Issei could press for clarification, the Ultimatrix pulsed with unexpected urgency, its interface displaying warning symbols. Multiple energy signatures detected, it announced. Classification. Nekosho yokai approaching at high velocity. Secondary signature. Devil, restricted manifestation. Tiamat rose smoothly, her casual demeanor shifting to alert readiness. Interesting timing. It seems our conversation will have additional participants. Nekosho. Issei recalled mentions of cat yokai from Yasaka's lessons, reportedly nearly extinct after conflicts with devil factions. Are they hostile? Complicated, Tiamat replied cryptically. This particular Nekosho operates from pragmatic self-interest rather than ideological alignment. Before further explanation could follow, darkness seemed to physically condense at the shrine's edge, forming a swirling portal through which stepped a young woman with an unmistakably feline grace. Long black hair framed striking golden eyes with vertical pupils, two black cat ears perked atop her head. Her voluptuous figure was barely contained by a black kimono that exposed significant cleavage and long legs. My, the newcomer purred, voice playful. Why seductive yet carrying underlying alertness. The rumors were true. The Chaos Karma Dragon personally investigating the dimensional anomaly. Golden eyes shifted to Issei, studying him with predatory interest. And this must be the human vessel. Younger than expected, Kuroka, Tiamat acknowledged without apparent surprise. Your timing suggests purpose rather than coincidence. The Neko, Kuroka, smiled with feline satisfaction. Information networks whispered about draconic activity in Devil territory. Curiosity is a cat's prerogative, and surveillance is a survivor's tactic, Tiamat countered knowingly. What does the Chaos Brigade seek with the Ultimatrix bearer? The casual reference to the terrorist organization Issei had been warned about caused him to tense, hand hovering near the Ultimatrix. Kuroka noticed the gesture and laughed, a melodious sound belying potential danger. Relax, little bearer, she assured him, though her smile remained predatory. If I meant harm, we wouldn't be conversing. She turned back to Tiamat. As for official interests, I wouldn't know. My alignment with certain groups remains flexible. She's with the terrorists, Issei asked Tiamat directly, unwilling to play verbal games. Affiliated but not dedicated, Tiamat clarified. Kuroka serves her own agenda first, using larger organizations as convenience rather than cause. How unflattering yet accurate, Kuroka sighed dramatically. Though tonight I come with information rather than hostile intent. Her playful demeanor shifted subtly, something serious entering her golden eyes. The hero faction has accelerated their timetable. Cao intends to move against the Ultimatrix within 48 hours. The warning hung in the night air like a physical presence. Issei processed its implications while observing the strange dynamic between Dragon and Nekosho, neither allies nor enemies, pyramidal ground of supernatural politics. Why tell us? He finally asked Kuroka directly. If you're affiliated with them, warning me seems counterproductive. Kuroka's smile turned enigmatic. Perhaps I find independent variables more interesting than predictable outcomes. Or perhaps, her voice lowered slightly, I have reasons to question Cao's judgment regarding certain technologies. The balance maintenance instinct, Tiamat observed with knowing eyes. Even those who oppose established powers recognize certain boundaries should remain intact. Poetic interpretation, Kuroka shrugged noncommittally. Regardless, consider yourselves informed. She stretched languidly, an obviously performative gesture highlighting her figure. Now, about compensation for this valuable intelligence. Information exchange is reasonable, Tiamat conceded. What do you seek? Kuroka's gaze fixed on Issei, specifically, the Ultimatrix. A demonstration. One transformation of my choosing. Why? Issei asked suspiciously. Professional curiosity, she replied with transparent insincerity. And personal interest in technology that creates such fascinating dimensional disturbances. Tiamat studied the Nekosho thoughtfully before addressing Issei. Quote, a controlled demonstration poses minimal risk, provided certain parameters are observed. What parameters? Both Issei and Kuroka asked simultaneously, causing the cat yokai to smirk. No physical contact with the device. Tiamat stipulated. Observation only, from minimum 5 meters distance. And, her gaze hardened slightly, no senjutsu energy probing during transformation. Kuroka pouted dramatically. Such restrictions hardly constitute fair exchange for my warning about imminent attack. Your warning, while appreciated, serves your interests as much as ours, Tiamat countered smoothly. These terms are non-negotiable. After a moment's theatrical consideration, Kuroka nodded. Acceptable. I choose. She tapped one finger against her lips thoughtfully, the draconic form, if available. The specific request caused Tiamat's eyes to narrow fractionally. Interesting choice. Issei glanced between them, sensing undercurrents he didn't fully understand. The Ultimatrix doesn't have a specifically draconic transformation unlocked yet. Disappointing. Kuroka sighed, though something calculated lingered in her expression. Then perhaps your most powerful combat form. Hero faction reports suggest impressive capabilities. With a cautious nod from Tiamat, Issei activated the Ultimatrix interface, cycling through available transformations before selecting one he'd recently mastered. Emerald light washed over him as his human form gave way to a massive, hulking creature resembling a bipedal tiger composed of orange fur, black stripes, and rippling muscles. Ingle massive claw extended from each wrist, while green eyes glowed with predatory intelligence. Wrath, he announced in a deep, gravelly voice that naturally projected aggression. Apoplexian form. Kuroka's eyes widened appreciatively, her tail swishing with evident interest. My. Feline characteristics combined with overwhelming physical power. How delightfully primal. Wrath growled instinctively, the form's aggressive personality traits influencing Issei's normal temperament. Let me tell you something, Nekoshou named Kuroka. Wrath doesn't perform for entertainment. Fascinating cognitive shift, Kuroka observed. Unintimidated by the display, the transformation affects personality parameters along with physical attributes. She circled at exactly the 5-meter distance Tiamat had specified. Studying Wrath from multiple angles. Dimensional genetic assimilation without complete consciousness override, extraordinary technology. You talk like a scientist but move like a predator, Wrath observed bluntly. Wrath doesn't trust contradictions. Wise instinct, Tiamat commented with subtle amusement, though expressed with characteristic apoplexian directness. Kuroka completed her observation circuit with a satisfied expression. Demonstration accepted as adequate compensation. She backed toward the shadow portal that had remained open during their exchange. Final offering. Cao Cao's team includes humans with sacred gears capable of power negation. Your transformations may be vulnerable to specific nullification effects. With that parting information delivered with feline smugness, she stepped backward into the swirling darkness, the portal collapsing behind her with a sound like tearing silk. The moment she vanished, Wrath slapped the Ultimatrix symbol on his chest. Returning to human form with obvious relief. That form's personality is exhausting to control, Issei admitted, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off residual tension. Yet effectively intimidating when necessary. Tiamat noted. Though Kuroka remained unimpressed, Nekoshou rarely respond to traditional dominance displays. Was her warning legitimate? Issei asked, returning to the immediate concern. About Cao Cao moving against me within 2 days. Likely accurate, if not precisely for the reasons implied. Tiamat's expression grew thoughtful. Kuroka operates through layers of motivation. Her warning serves multiple purposes, establishing potential alliance value, satisfying personal curiosity, and possibly positioning herself advantageously against factions within the Chaos Brigade. So we can trust the information but not necessarily the informant, Issei summarized. Precisely. Tiamat nodded approvingly. You learn quickly, an essential quality given what approaches. Which brings us back to why you're really here, Issei pressed, unwilling to be distracted from his original question. You mentioned bridges that existed before the Ultimatrix. What did you mean? Tiamat studied him silently for a long moment, ancient eyes seemingly weighing cosmic calculations beyond human comprehension. Finally, she reached a decision. Walk with me, she instructed, moving away from the abandoned shrine toward a nearby forested path. This conversation requires both movement and privacy. As they entered the woods, darkness enveloped them until Tiamat raised one hand, summoning a small globe of blue-white light that hovered above her palm. The illumination transformed the forest into a realm of shifting shadows and silvered leaves. Dragon's perk. EIVE reality differently than other beings, she began, her voice taking on a quality that seemed to resonate with the night itself. Where others see separation between dimensions, we recognize underlying connections, cosmic threads binding apparently distinct realities. Like how the Ultimatrix creates bridges during transformation, Issei suggested. Similar in concept, though more fundamental. Tiamat glanced sideways at him. When your device first arrived in this dimension, its energy signature registered immediately to draconic senses precisely because it manipulated these cosmic threads. They emerged from the forest onto a rocky overlook providing a panoramic view of nighttime Kuo, city lights creating constellations below to mirror those above. However, Tiamat continued, stopping at the precipice. Your specific compatibility with the device raised more significant questions. The Ultimatrix bonds with compatible users across dimensions, yet its synchronization with your particular genetic structure exceeds standard parameters. Meaning what, exactly? Issei pressed, sensing they approached the heart of the matter. Meaning, Tiamat turned to face him directly. Had something within you resonated with its dimensional capabilities before physical contact occurred. Something dormant yet responsive to cosmic frequencies. She raised her hand, blue-white light shifting to reveal what appeared to be a ghostly outline surrounding Issei, a faint energy pattern visible only through draconic illumination. This energy signature, she indicated the barely perceptible aura, bears draconic characteristics despite your human appearance. Subtle, deeply IIFE force, yet undeniably present. Issei stared at the ghostly outline with a mixture of fascination and unease. I'm part dragon somehow. Not precisely, Tiamat clarified. More accurately, you harbor draconic essence integrated with your soul, dormant yet present since birth or early childhood. How is that possible? Several potential explanations exist, Tiamat responded, extinguishing the revealing light with a casual gesture. Sacred gears containing dragon spirits represent one possibility. Though your signature differs from known dragon-based gears, alternative possibilities include ancestral connection to dragon-human hybrids, exposure to concentrated draconic energy during developmental years, or, she hesitated fractionally, reincarnation phenomena. Reincarnation, Issei repeated incredulously. You mean I might be a reborn dragon or something? Soul fragments occasional. Why transmigrate across dimensional boundaries? Tiamat explained with academic detachment that nonetheless carried underlying tension. Particularly from beings of significant power whose consciousness resists complete dissolution after physical death. The implications staggered Issei's understanding of his own identity. So I might have been something else before, with connections to dragons. A possibility among several, Tiamat emphasized, though her intense focus suggested personal investment in this particular theory. Regardless of origin, this dormant essence partially explains your compatibility with the Ultimatrix. Your soul already contained dimensional bridges of sorts, connections the device recognized and utilized. Issei paced along the overlook's edge, processing these revelations. Is this why the fallen angels targeted me before I found the Ultimatrix? They sensed this draconic whatever. Likely they detected potential sacred gear compatibility, which often correlates with unusual soul characteristics, Tiamat confirmed. Though I doubt they perceived the specific draconic resonance, such perception typically requires dragon-level sensitivity. A thought struck Issei suddenly. Wait, is this dormant power why you've been interested in me from the beginning? Not just because of the Ultimatrix. Tiamat's expression revealed nothing, her ancient eyes unreadable. My interest encompasses both elements. The convergence of alien dimensional technology with dormant draconic essence creates unprecedented potential. Potential for what? Issei challenged, growing frustrated with cryptic explanations. For awakening, Tiamat stated simply. The Ultimatrix's dimensional manipulations have begun resonating with your dormant essence. Each transformation strengthens this resonance, gradually destabilizing whatever sealed this power originally. Is that dangerous? Concern replaced frustration in Issei's voice. Uncontrolled awakening would be, Tiamat acknowledged. Which partly explains my continued observation and intervention. Few beings understand both draconic essence and dimensional mechanics sufficiently to guide such a process. Understanding dawned. That's why you're really here tonight. Not just to warn about Kuroka or the hero faction, but because something's changing with this dormant power. Tiamat inclined her head slightly, confirming his deduction. The energy signatures you've been tracking were deliberate. I've been monitoring fluctuations in your draconic essence following your Asgard experience. The Frost Geon, Chi artifacts created dimensional instabilities that apparently accelerated the resonance effect. She stepped closer, her presence suddenly more intensely draconic despite her human appearance. Events accelerate beyond coincidence. Issei Hyodo, the hero faction's interest, Kuroka's appearance, fluctuations in your dormant power, all converging simultaneously. You think they're connected? Issei asked, mind racing through implications. Patterns rarely align without underlying causality, Tiamat stated. Which necessitates preparation rather than reaction. With unexpected swiftness, she placed her palm directly over the Ultimatrix. Before Issei could protest, draconic energy flowed from her hand into the device, causing its interface to illuminate with symbols he'd never seen before. "What are you doing?" he demanded, though he didn't pull away. "Providing insurance," Tiamat replied, concentration evident in her voice. "Draconic recognition protocols integrated with the device's defense systems. Should your dormant essence begin awakening uncontrollably, this modification will help stabilize the interaction." The Ultimatrix pulsed with acknowledgement, new symbols appearing. G briefly before integrating into its standard interface. When Tiamat removed her hand, the device appeared unchanged yet somehow felt different against Issei's skin, a subtle warmth where cool technology had previously rested. "That should provide temporary safeguards," she stated, satisfaction evident in her tone. "Though permanent resolution requires addressing the fundamental nature of what sleeps within you. Which you're not going to fully explain right now," Issei guessed with resignation. Something like amusement flickered across Tiamat's features. "Full explanation requires certainty I do not yet possess. Theories remain unconfirmed, though evidence increasingly supports specific possibilities." She gazed out over the city lights, her expression growing distant. "Dragons are patient creatures, Issei Hyodo. We measure time in centuries rather than moments. Yet even I recognize when events accelerate beyond normal parameters." Her attention returned to him with renewed intensity. "The coming confrontation with the hero faction may trigger unforeseen consequences regarding your dormant power. Their leader, Cao Cao, wields the true Longinus, a god-killing spear with unique resonance against draconic entities. Quote, so it might affect whatever's inside me," Issei concluded grimly. "Great. Another complication. Our catalyst," Tiamat countered. "Pressure reveals true nat. You're more effectively than comfortable stasis." Before Issei could respond, the Ultimatrix pulsed with an alert different from its usual pattern. "Communication attempt detected," it announced. "Source: Grimoire Magic Circle. Accept. Rias," Issei identified, glancing at Tiamat who nodded permission. "Accept communication." A small holographic projection appeared above the Ultimatrix, displaying Rias Grimoure's concerned face. "Issei, where are you? Our familiars detected unusual energy signatures near your training area." "I'm fine," he assured her quickly. "Just doing some reconnaissance on strange energy readings." "I'm not alone." He angled his wrist to include Tiamat in the projection. Rias's expression shifted from concern to cautious respect. "Dragon King Tiamat, I see. Is everything all right?" "Matters progress as cosmic patterns dictate," Tiamat replied cryptically. "Though immediate concerns have arisen regarding the hero faction's accelerated timetable." "The hero faction?" Alarm sharpened Rias's voice. "What information do you have?" "Reliable intelligence suggests they plan to move against Issei within 48 hours, Tiamat summarized. "Their objective ends capturing the Ultimatrix technology rather than elimination." Rias's expression hardened with determination. "We'll increase security immediately. Issei, you should return to the clubhouse where our defensive wards are strongest." Before Issei could respond, Tiamat interjected smoothly. "A predictable response they will anticipate. Perhaps alternative strategies merit consideration." "Such as?" Rias asked, professional enough to recognize the validity of the dragon's perspective despite obvious territorial concerns. "Controlled confrontation on terms we establish," Tiamat suggested. Rather than reactive defense against their chosen parameters." The proposal hung in the night air between them, aggressive rather than defensive, proactive rather than reactive. Issei found himself nodding slowly, appreciating the strategic risk. "You're suggesting we set a trap," he verbalized, instead of waiting for theirs. "Precisely," Tiamat confirmed, "with appropriate preparation and positioning of allied forces." Rias appeared thoughtful through the holographic projection. "It has merit, though requires coordination across factions. The Citri group would need to be involved for territory-wide implementation. As would Yasaka's yokai for sensing capabilities," Issei added, thinking of the Kyoto leader's extensive detection networks. "An Asgardian consultation regarding dimensional contingencies." Tiamat completed the alliance framework. Given Rossweisse's specific expertise, Issei noted with interest how Tiamat referenced the Valkyrie by name rather than positio. A subtle acknowledgement of individual capability rather than factional representation. This requires immediate planning, Rias decided. Issei, can you return to the clubhouse now? We'll begin coordination efforts immediately. Issei glanced at Tiamat, who nodded almost imperceptibly. On my way, he confirmed. We should reach out to all potential allies tonight if possible. Already initiated, Rias assured him. Akeno is contacting Yasaka's representatives, while Sona establishes communication with Rossweisse through official channels. Efficient, Tiamat acknowledged with measured approval. I will pursue additional intelligence channels regarding specific hero faction capabilities relevant to this confrontation. The projection flickered as Rias's attention divided between air conversation and apparent activity in the background. The communication circle is prepared whenever you're ready, Issei. I'll be there soon, he promised before ending the transmission. As the hologram faded, Issei turned to Tiamat with unresolved questions evident in his expression. We're not finished discussing what's inside me. Indeed not, she agreed. Though immediate threats take precedence over existential questions. The hero faction must be addressed before deeper explorations can safely proceed. You'll tell me the truth afterward. Issei pressed. All of it, not just cryptic hints. Tiamat studied him with ancient eyes that had witnessed civilizations rise and fall. Truth reveals itself gradually for good reason, Issei Hyodo. Some knowledge changes the knower irreversibly. That's not an answer, he pointed out stubbornly. A smile, genuine if fleeting, crossed her features. Perhaps that quality of persistent determination offers the most compelling evidence regarding my theories. Her expression grew serious again. I will reveal what can be safely understood when circumstances permit. That is my promise. It wasn't everything he wanted, but Issei recognized it represented significant commitment from a being who measured time in centuries. I'll hold you to that. I would expect nothing less, Tiamat replied with that same enigmatic smile. Now go. Prepare for what comes. I will contact you before dawn with additional intelligence. With a formal nod that somehow conveyed both respect and dismissal, Tiamat stepped backward off the overlook's edge. Rather than falling, her form shimmered with sapphire light, expanding exponentially until a massive draconic shape briefly materialized before vanishing into the night sky with impossible speed for something of its size. Issei stood alone on the precipice, city lights below mirroring stars above, while his mind processed revelations about dormant power, interdimensional connections, and imminent threats from human terrorists wielding divine weapons. 6 weeks ago, his greatest concern had been passing his next math test. Now he contemplated cosmic theories involving reincarnation, while preparing to face enemies seeking alien technology bonded to his wrist. One problem at a time, he muttered to himself, activating the Ultimatrix to select a flight-capable transformation. First the hero faction, then dragons and dimensional whatever. Emerald light washed over him as he transformed into Jetray, a manta ray-like alien capable of atmospheric and space flight. With a final glance at the abandoned shrine where the knight's revelations had begun, he launched himself toward Kuo Academy and the allies gathering to face approaching conflict. Behind him, unnoticed in his departure, a small black cat with unusually intelligent eyes emerged from shadows beneath nearby trees. It watched his flight path with evident interest before disappearing into darkness with unnatural silence. The old school building hummed with activity despite the late hour. Maps covered tables, communication circles glowed in corners, and representatives from multiple factions conferred in groups throughout the expanded clubroom. In the 12 hours since Tiamat's warning, the impromptu alliance had assembled with remarkable efficiency. Rias and Sona managed devil contingents from Kuo, their peerages coordinating security parameters throughout the territory. Yasaka had sent Fox spirit scouts specializing in detection magic, led by a senior kitsune named Hokuto whose 6 tails marked significant power and experience. From Asgard, Rossweisse had arrived personally, bringing runic detection equipment and dimensional stabilization artifacts with Odin's explicit blessing. The territory has been divided into monitoring sectors, Sona explained, indicating marked areas on the central map. Each combines devil familiars, yokai sensors, and Asgardian runic arrays to provide overlapping detection capabilities. The hero faction specializes in concealment, Hokuto added, the elderly kitsune's gruff voice carrying centuries of experience. But even their best techniques leave trace signatures yokai can detect. especially when actively using sacred gears, which they'll need to bypass established territory barriers. Rossweisse continued the analysis, her professional demeanor temporarily masking obvious pleasure at being included as an essential expert. The dimensional anchoring runes should prevent spatial manipulation techniques commonly used for undetected entry. Issei observed the coordination with growing appreciation for how quickly these normally separate factions had integrated their capabilities. Rias caught his expression and moved to join him at the window where he'd been monitoring external sensors. Impressive cooperation, isn't it? She noted with quiet satisfaction. Normally getting 3 supernatural factions to coordinate takes weeks of diplomatic preparation. Common threats create uncommon alliances. Issei quoted something Tiamat had mentioned during their earlier conversation. Indeed, Rias agreed. Though your unique positio N is the central connection between all involved parties certainly facilitated matters. The observation gave Issei pause. She was right. His interactions with devils, yokai, Asgardians, and dragons had created relationships that transcended traditional factional boundaries. What had begun as coincidence increasingly resembled an emerging pattern. Any word from Tiamat? Rias asked, interrupting his contemplation. Not since dawn, Issei replied, checking the Ultimatrix which had been modified to receive secure communications from all allied factions. Her last update confirmed hero faction movements toward Kuo, though she's maintaining distance to avoid detection. Wise, Rias nodded. A Dragon King's energy signature would alert them immediately to our preparations. Their conversa. Tion paused as Akino approached with fresh intelligence. Familiars report unusual energy fluctuations in the eastern sector, she informed them, her usual teasing manner replaced by battle-ready focus. Consistent with sacred gear activation patterns but attempting concealment. That matches yokai detection as well, Hokuto confirmed, joining their group with surprising agility for his apparent age. Signature characteristics suggest multiple users with varied abilities, approximately 7 distinct patterns. Cao travels with his core team, Rias recalled from intelligence briefings. Ear users with complementary abilities optimized for capture operations. The trap location remains optimal. Rossweisse asked, approaching with a runic tablet displaying energy patterns across Kuo. Confirmed, Sona replied, adjusting her glasses as she joined the growing strategy circle. The abandoned manufacturing district provides controlled engagement parameters with minimal civilian exposure risk. Issei studied the indicated location, a section of disused factories and warehouses on Kuo's industrial outskirts. The area had been prepared overnight with concealed defensive measures, false vulnerabilities, and strategic positioning advantages for allied forces. They'll recognize a trap, he pointed out. They're not amateurs. Of course, Hokuto acknowledged with a sly smile that crinkled his elderly fox features. Which is why we've prepared both the obvious trap and the actual one. Rossweisse elaborated with academic precision. Layered defensive strategies. The first appears as our genuine defense. The second is our clever trap, while the third represents our actual strategic positioning. Triple-layer deception, Sona confirmed with professional satisfaction. A technique developed through devil yokai historical exchanges during the Warring States period. The sophisticated strategy impressed Issei, though concern lingered about unknown variables. What about Cao's true Longinus? Tiamat mentioned it has unique capabilities against dragons, which might affect. He hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about his conversation with Tiamat. Your dormant draconic essence, Hokuto completed unexpectedly, his elderly eyes sharp with perception. Lady Yasaka informed me of her observations. A concerning complication indeed. The true Longinus represents our primary tactical challenge. Rias acknowledged. Its god-slaying capabilities theoretically extend to any divine or semi-divine entity, including powerful alien forms, Rossweisse added with characteristic thoroughness. Based on energy analysis of your transformations, at least 3 would register within parameters vulnerable to the Longinus's nullification abilities. Issei absorbed this concerning information. So some of my strongest forms might be useless against him, which necessitates strategic transformation sequencing rather than power maximization, Sona suggested. Utilizing unexpected combinations rather than raw capability. Their planning session continued with increasing specificity, each faction contributing unique perspectives toward a comprehensive strategy. Throughout, Issei noted how his various mentors and allies interacted, Yasaka's representative sharing centuries-old yokai tactics with Sona's analytical devil perspective, Rossweisse's demency. Onal expertise complementing Akino's understanding of energy manipulation, Rias's strategic command integrating diverse capabilities into coherent approach. As evening approached, final preparations concluded with assignment of communication protocols and emergency contingencies. Allied forces took positions throughout the target zone, concealed but ready to converge when needed. Issei found himself in a central warehouse that had been modified to serve as both apparent vulnerability and controlled engagement zone. Reinforced without appearing so, its structure could withstand significant combat while channeling engagement toward predetermined vectors. Nervous? Asked Rossweisse, approaching where he monitored sensor readouts from a concealed command center. Concerned, Issei clarified, about unknown variables and potential casualties. A leader's perspective, she observed with approval. Not merely a warrior's. The comment caught him by surprise. I'm not really leading anyone. Aren't you? Rossweisse gestured toward the operational map showing allied positions. 3 supernatural factions coordinating around your protection and strategic positioning. That constitutes leadership, regardless of formal designation. Before Issei could properly process this perspective, sensor alerts activated across monitoring stations. Sona's voice came through communication channels with controlled urgency. Multiple sacred gear energy signatures detected breaching outer perimeter. 7 distinct users approaching from northeastern vector. Primary target confirmed through energy analysis. Cao wielding activated True Longinus. They've bypassed the first layer detection without triggering countermeasures, Hokuto noted with professional assessment. Impressive concealment capabilities, but not perfect, Rias countered with satisfaction. Second layer tracking is maintaining lock on their approach vector. Issei activated the Ultimatrix, reviewing transformation options while considering strategic application rather than raw power. Everyone remember the sequence. We let them believe they've outmaneuvered us through the second layer, then spring the actual trap once they've fully committed. Acknowledgements came through secure channels as Allied forces maintained disciplined silence despite the approaching threat. Rossweisse gave Issei a final nod of professional confidence before moving to her assigned position near runic enhancement arrays concealed throughout the structure. Alone in the central monitoring station, Issei watched approaching signatures with focused determination. The hero faction's expertise was evident in their methodical advancement, systematically probing for detection measures while maintaining formation discipline. They're good, he acknowledged quietly, but predictable in their unpredictability. Just as anticipated, the hero faction bypassed obvious security measures, identified and neutralized the apparent secondary defenses. Then converged on the warehouse with confidence that suggested they believed themselves undetected. Primary targets approaching final position, Sona's voice confirmed through communications. Optimal engagement parameters achieved in 30 seconds. Issei moved from the monitoring station to the warehouse's central area, an apparent vulnerability that actually represented the most strategically advantageous position for their counter-ambush. The Ultimatrix hummed against his wrist, seemingly resonating with the approaching sacred gears. Trap activation on my signal, he confirmed quietly, selecting his initial transformation with careful consideration of opening tactical requirements. Silence descended over the warehouse, broken only by distant industrial ambient. He purposely maintained to mask Allied positioning. Then, with theatrical timing that suggested confidence bordering on arrogance, the main doors opened to reveal 7 figures silhouetted against fading daylight. Their leader stepped forward, a handsome young man carrying an ornate spear that radiated palpable divine energy. His traditional Chinese-style clothing and confident bearing marked him immediately as Cao, wielder of the True Longinus. Issei Hyodo, he called out, voice carrying cultured authority. Bearer of the dimensional anomaly. I was beginning to think we'd need to destroy half of Kuo to draw you out. Cao, Issei acknowledged calmly. Leader of the hero faction. I thought humans with sacred gears would have better hobbies than terrorizing other humans. ASM. Il touched Cao's features, genuine amusement rather than mere condescension. Interesting perspective from someone wielding alien power. Though, human, becomes a relative term when discussing either of us, doesn't it? He advanced with measured confidence, his elite team spreading out in practiced formation. Each carried distinct weapons or displayed subtle energy manifestations marking active sacred gears. "You've prepared quite elaborately," Cao Cao observed, glancing around the warehouse with knowing eyes. 2 layers of defenses, both designed to fail instructively. Almost insultingly obvious. "If you recognize the trap, why walk into it?" Issei asked, buying seconds for allied forces to complete final positioning. "Because the technosends the petty territorial concerns of devils and yokai," Cao Cao replied with surprising candor. "Dimensional manipulation capabilities beyond even divine artifacts. Such power belongs with humanity's champions, not squandered on factional politics." He took another step forward, the true Longinus glowing with increasing intensity. "We've studied your transformations extensively, Issei Hyodo. Catalogued capabilities, limitations, duration parameters. Did you think your practice sessions went unobserved?" The revelation that they'd been gathering intelligence during his training sessions concerned Issei, though he maintained outward composure. "Studying is different from understanding." "Perhaps," Cao Cao acknowledged. "Though understanding improves with direct examination." He gestured toward the Ultimatrix. "That device doesn't belong in this dimension. Its presence creates instabilities across multiple realms. We intend to study it properly, then return it to appropriate containment." "You mean weaponize it," Issei corrected. "Turn it against supernatural factions." "We mean utilize it for humanity's rightful ascension," Cao Cao countered smoothly. "Supernatural beings have dominated human potential for millennia. Technology like yours represents opportunity to rebalance that equation." Throughout this exchange, hero faction members had continued subtle positioning movements, seemingly preparing for coordinated attack. Issei tracked their formation adjustments while maintaining conversational focus. "If you really cared about humanity's potential," he challenged, "you'd focus on cooperation rather than domination. The factions you oppose have maintained peace that prevents human casualties. Peace predicated on human ignorance and subservience," Cao Cao dismissed. "A gilded cage remains a cage." With practiced coordination, hero faction members completed their encirclement formation. Cao Cao raised the true Longinus, its divine light intensifying to painful brightness. "Enough philosophy," he declared. "Surrender the device willingly, or we extract it forcibly. Despite our reputation, we prefer minimizing unnecessary damage to fellow humans." "Interesting definition of fellow," Issei replied, activating the Ultimatrix with practiced motion. "And bold assumption about being undetected." Emerald light engulfed him as transformation initiated, not into a combat-optimized form as the hero faction might have anticipated, but into gray matter, the diminutive Galvan whose intelligence rather than physical capability represented his primary asset. Now, gray matter commanded through communication channels, his high-pitched voice carrying unexpected authority. The warehouse erupted with coordinated action as the true trap activated. Concealed panels opened throughout the structure, revealing positioned allied forces. Sona and her peerage manifested water-based barriers blocking retreat paths. Yasaka's yokai representatives activated spirit-binding talismans that materialize. D's glowing chains reaching toward hero faction members. Rossweisse's runic arrays activated with Norse energy that disrupted sacred gear harmonics. Most significantly, Rias and her peerage emerged from strategic positions. Power of destruction already forming around her hands while Akino manifested lightning and Kiba materialized spectral swords. "Predictable in your unpredictability," gray matter taunted, echoing his earlier observation. "Third layer strategic positioning. We anticipated your detection of the obvious trap in the secondary defenses." Cao Cao's expression registered genuine, nay surprise before shifting to reluctant admiration. "Impressive coordination across traditionally opposed factions. Perhaps we underestimated your diplomatic capabilities along with your strategic ones." Rather than appearing concerned by the overwhelming ambush, however, he simply smiled. "Though you seem to have underestimated ours as well." With sudden, synchronized movement, each hero factee on member activated secondary sacred gear abilities. Space itself seemed to distort around them as dimensional anchors manifested, technology resembling Asgardian design but modified with sacred gear integration. "Dimensional stabilization countermeasures," Rossweisse called out in alarm. "They've adapted Norse technology." "Correct, Valkyrie," Cao Cao acknowledged with professional respect. "You Our research proved quite instructive when acquired from Asgardian archives during our recent visit. The implications struck gray matter instantly. The frost giant incursion targeting dimensional knowledge hadn't been random. The hero faction had orchestrated or at least exploited the attack to acquire specific technological understanding relevant to the Ultimatrix. Before Allied forces could adjust tactics, the hero faction's dimensional anchors expanded their effect field. Supernatural powers suddenly fluctuated unpredictably, Rias's destruction energy destabilizing, Sona's water barriers developing structural inconsistencies. Yokai talismans flickering with interrupted power flow. Sacred gear balance breaker. Dimension lost, announced one hero faction member, a quiet young man whose PR. Eviously unremarkable appearance now radiated significant power. Localized reality separation initiated. Gray matter recognized the immediate danger. They're creating a dimensional pocket. Isolating the battlefield from external reinforcement. Indeed, Cao Cao confirmed. A specialized application developed specifically for this encounter. Your allied forces remain physically present but operationally compromised. The warehouse interior seemed to visually disconnect from reality around it, colors shifting slightly, acoustics changing, air pressure fluctuating. Allied forces maintained position but clearly struggled against the dimensional disruption affecting their abilities. Gray matter analyzed rapidly, his enhanced Galvan intellect processing countermeasures. Rossweisse. Primary runic stabilization protocol. The Valkyrie immediately understood, activating emergency contingencies they'd established during planning. Asgardian runes flared throughout the structure, partial L.Y. counteracting the dimensional disruption. Temporary stabilization achieved, she reported, concentration evident in her voice. But the countermeasure is drawing from sacred runes faster than anticipated. We have minutes at most before complete failure. Gray matter tapped the Ultimatrix symbol on his back, transforming in another flash of emerald light. This time he selected strategic combat capability, Diamond Head. The crystalline Petrosapian whose physical resilience and energy reflection abilities offered advantages against the true Longinus's divine power. Fascinating adaptation capability. Cao Cao observed with scientific interest despite the tactical situation. The device allows instantaneous strategic form selection based on battlefield conditions. You haven't seen anything yet, Diamond Head replied. Crystalline body refracting light as he positioned for engagement. Last chance to withdraw before this gets unpleasant. Cao Cao's response was immediate and decisive. A thrust of the true Longinus that released concentrated divine energy toward Diamond Head. The crystalline alien raised crossed arms defensively, his structure refracting and partially redirecting the energy burst through complex crystalline matrices. Energy reflection capabilities, noted another hero faction member, a woman with analytical eyes and what appeared to be a sacred gear manifested a technological enhancements across her body, consistent with observed pattern during training sessions. Dimensional stability fluctuation during transformation, added another, a young man monitor. Equipment that resembled modified Asgardian design. Signature patterns recorded for analysis. Their coordinated assessment during active combat confirmed Issei's concern. This team had indeed studied his capabilities extensively and prepared specific countermeasures for his most frequently used transources engaged despite dimensional interference, creating chaotic battlefield conditions throughout the warehouse. Kiba dueled a sword-wielding hero faction member with blinding speed. Akino's lightning clashed against technologically enhanced defensive barriers. Sona and her peerage maintain pressure against escape vectors while Yasaka's representatives attempted to disrupt the dimensional anchors. Through it all, Rossweisse worked frantically to maintain dimensional stability, her Issei expertise representing their most critical defense against complete isolation. Diamond Head pressed his attack against Cao Cao directly, reasoning that neutralizing the faction leader would disrupt their coordinated strategy. Crystal projectiles launched from his arms as he advanced, testing the true Longinus's defensive capabilities. Cao Cao responded with disciplined precision, the divine SP. Ear moving with impossible speed to deflect crystal shards while simultaneously releasing controlled energy bursts to maintain distance. Your crystalline form presents interesting tactical advantages. The hero faction leader observed even while engaged in intensive combat. Though predictable based on previous usage patterns against ranged energy attacks. With sudden strategic shift, Cao Cao altered his approach. Rather than continuing ranged exchanges, he closed distance with unexpected speed, the true Longinus transforming from energy projection to physical engagement. When the divine W. Epen contacted Diamondhead's crystalline body directly, something unexpected occurred. Rather than typical impact, the connection created localized reality distortion, crystalline structure temporal. Why destabilizing where divine energy interfaced with alien physiology? Interesting reaction, Cao Cao noted with scientific detachment despite combat intensity. The god-killing properties affect your transformation's structural integrity. Conceptual nullification rather than physical damage. Diamondhead disengaged quickly, analyzing this concerning development. If the true Longinus could disrupt his transformations at the conceptual level, many of his most powerful forms might prove vulnerable. Ultimatrix analysis confirms integrity compromise, the symbol on his chest reported. Recom. ND transformation rotation to prevent cumulative nullification effect. Following this internal recommendation, Diamondhead tapped the Ultimatrix symbol, shifting to XLR8, the velociraptor-like speeds. Whose primary advantage lay in movement rather than durability. Tactical adaptation, Cao Cao acknowledged approvingly. Though anticipated, at his gesture, another hero faction member activated their sacred gear, a temporal distortion field that created localized slowdown effects specifically targeting XLR8's position. Sacred gear. Clockwork paradigm, the user announced. Temporal reference frame adjustment activated. XLR8 found his speed advantage suddenly compromised, still faster than human but significantly reduced from normal capability. The prepared countermeasure confirmed hero faction's extensive preparation for his specific transformations. Around the battlefield, Allied forces continued struggling against dimensional interference while maintaining tactical pressure. Despite valiant efforts, the specialized countermeasures prepared by the hero faction created increasingly concerning combat disadvantage. The dimensional anchors are approaching full integration. Rossweisse warned through communications. Complete isolation imminent unless disrupted. XLR8 reassessed rapidly, recognizing standard approaches were proving ineffective against such thoroughly prepared opponents. With swift decision, he activated the Ultimatrix again, this time selecting a form he'd discovered recently and rarely used in observable training. Emerald light washed over him. Organic matter reconfigured into something entirely different, a crystalline being resembling living technology, body composed of silicon-based circuitry patterns that glowed with internal energy. His form, upgrade, represented galvanic mechamorph physiology specialized in technological integration and enhancement. Unrecognized transformation pattern, the analytical hero faction member reported with evident concern. No matching data in observation records. Adaptive countermeasures, Cao Cao ordered immediately, recognizing potential threat despite lacking specific information. Before they could reorganize, Upgrade moved with liquid technological grace toward the nearest dimensional anchor. His amorphous body flowed over the device, merging with its technology and immediately beginning reprogramming from within. Technological assimilation capabilities, Cao Cao identified with alarm. Prioritize neutralization. Too late. Upgrade had already integrated with the dimensional technology. His enhanced understanding of mechanical systems allowing immediate identification of critical components. Within seconds, he'd reprogrammed the anchor to reverse its effect, destabilizing the dimensional isolation field. One down, Upgrade announced, his voice carrying electronic modulation. 6 to go. Containment protocols. Cao Cao commanded as his carefully constructed advantage began unraveling. The hero faction shifted to defensive positioning, protecting remaining dimensional anchors while maintaining tactical formation. Allied forces immediately exploited the partial disruption to the dimensional field. Rias's power of destruction regained stability, blasting through artificial barriers with renewed effectiveness. Sona's water manipulation solidified, creating pressurized attacks against exposed positions. Yasaka's representatives redoubled efforts with spirit binding techniques partially freed from interference. Most significantly, Rossweisse capitalized on disruption to implement counter-programming through her runic arrays. Dimensional reintegration initiated, she reported, professional satisfaction evident despite continued concentration. Estimate. Complete field collapse in 67 seconds. Cao Cao assessed the deteriorating tactical situation with remarkable composure. Contingency implementation, he ordered calmly. Focused extraction rather than complete containment. With practiced coordination, the hero faction reorganized around new objective parameters, no longer attempting to isolate and dominate the entire battlefield, instead concentrating efforts specifically toward capturing the Ultimatrix itself. 3 members formed protective perimeter while 3 others including Cao Cao himself converged on upgrades Posey. Qian with specialized equipment clearly designed for the device rather than its wielder. Sacred Gear. Absorption Line, announced one member, manifesting energy tendrils that reached toward the Ultimatrix symbol on upgrade's chest. Sacred Gear. Variant Detonation, called another, creating targeted energy disruption specifically calibrated to interfere with transformation stability. Cao Cao himself approached with the true Longinus reconfigured to extraction mode, the divine weapon glowing with concentrated purpose as specialized attachments deployed from its shaft. The device comes with us, he stated with calm certainty. Whether attached to your wrist or removed from it. Upgrade recognized immediate danger. Their revised strategy focused entirely on the Ultimatrix itself rather than defeating him or allied forces. The specialized extraction equipment suggested concerning capability to potentially separate the device from its wielder. Ultimatrix bond integrity threatened, He device itself worn through their symbiotic connection. Unknown technology attempting forced desynchronization. The situation demanded immediate countermeasures beyond conventional combat approach. Drawing on upgrades enhanced technological understanding, Issei made split-second strategic decision. Emergency protocol implementation, he communicated directly to the Ultimatrix through their integrated consciousness. Activate failsafe CQ cascade. The Ultimatrix responded immediately, the symbol on upgrade's chest pulsing with intensified emerald light. Warning. Reconfiguration CA. Scade represents unstable transformation sequencing. Potential consciousness fragmentation risk during accelerated transitions. Acknowledged. Upgrade confirmed. Execute anyway. What followed? Defied conventional understanding of the Ultimatrix's operation. Rather than maintaining single transformation or executing standard change, upgrades form began shifting rapidly between multiple alien configurations, each lasting mere seconds before transitioning to another in continuous cascade. Heat blast appeared briefly, releasing omnidirectional flame burst that forced hero faction members to defensive positioning. Before they could adjust, the form shifted to Ghost Freak, whose intangibility allowed immediate evasion of extraction equipment. This transformed to XLR8 for positioning adjustment, then Diamond Head for defensive crystalline barrier creation, continuing through rapid sequence of transformations too quick for tactical response. Transformation cascade detected, reported the analytical hero faction member. Equipment readings fluctuating wildly, pattern recognition impossible at current processing parameters. The extraction equipment can't establish synchronization lock. Added another with evident frustration. Signature shifts too rapidly for calibration. Cao Cao observed the unprecedented defensive technique with genuine admiration despite tactical disadvantage. Impressive innovation, sacrificing transformation stability and duration for unpredictability and extraction countermeasure. The cascade continued, each form appearing just long enough to contribute specific tactical advantage before shifting to another. Through the disorienting experience, Issei maintained strategic focus despite consciousness fragmentation risk, each transformation executing G-specific function within overall defensive pattern. Allied forces capitalized on the chaos, coordinated attacks pressing advantage against increasingly destabilized hero faction positioning. Rossweisse's dimensional countermeasures reached critical effectiveness, the isolation field collapsing section by section as anchors lost synchronization. Field integrity failure imminent, she reported. External reinforcements will regain access in approximately 20 seconds. Recognizing imminent strategic defeat, Cao Cao made command decision with characteristic composure. Tactical withdrawal, he ordered. Data acquisition objective partially achieved despite primary extraction failure. The hero faction immediately implemented disciplined disengagement protocols, covering techniques depth. Loying to mask retreat while remaining dimensional anchors reconfigured for extraction rather than isolation. This encounter proves instructive. Cao Cao addressed the battlefield generally, the true elonginous glowing as it generated localized withdrawal field. Your device's capabilities exceed even our extensive analysis, Issei Hyodo. Adaptation within adaptation. A worthy application of power. The transformation cascade finally stabilized, settling on Swampfire, a plant-based alien with regenerative capabilities ideal for recovery after the taxing sequence. "You're retreating?" he asked, voice carrying both relief and suspicion. "Repositioning," Cao Cao corrected with professional detachment. "Today's engagement provided critical data regarding your device's operational parameters under pressure. Secondary objective achieved despite primary extraction failure." This pragmatic assessment concerned Issei more than continued conflict would have. The hero faction had approached T.'s encounter as information gathering rather than decisive confrontation, suggesting longer-term strategy rather than single capture attempt. "We will meet again," Cao Cao concluded as dimensional extraction field stabilized around his team. "Your coalition of supernatural factions presents interesting implications beyond our immediate objectives. Perhaps reconsideration of certain strategic parameters is warranted." With that cryptic statement, the hero faction vanished through coordinated dimensional shift, not teleportation but something resembling controlled reality phase transition. Their departure coincided precisely with collapse of remaining isolation effects, external reinforcements arriving moments too late to prevent their escape. The warehouse returned to normal dimensional parameters. Allied forces securing the area while assessing aftermath. Despite property damage and various injuries, no casualties had resulted from the intense engagement, a testament to both preparation and restraint from all involved. Swampfire reverted to human form as the Ultimatrix finally depleted its charge after the unprecedented transformation sequence. Issei staggered slightly, disoriented. Ion from the cascade experience lingering despite return to baseline consciousness. "That was intense," he managed, accepting support from Kiba who reached him first. "Unprecedented application of the device's capabilities," Rossweisse observed, approaching with professional assessment despite evident battle fatigue. "The transformation cascade theoretically shouldn't have been sustainable given established energy parameters." "Emergency adaptation," Issei explained, the technical understanding already fading as his human consciousness reasserted dominance. "The Ultimatrix reconfigured power distribution to prevent extraction." Quote, Rias joined them, her uniform showing battle damage though her composure remained intact. They retreated with remarkable discipline despite tactical disadvantage. Concerning implications regarding future encounters. They achieved secondary objectives, Sona added, adjusting glasses that had somehow remained undamaged throughout combat. "Data acquisition rather than immediate capture. Which suggests they'll return better prepared next time," Hokuto concluded grimly, the elderly kitsune examining recovered equipment fragments with experienced eyes. "These dimensional anchors incorporate technology beyond human capability. Someone provided significant support for their operation." The observation hung heavily over the aftermath assessment. E-Hero faction's access to advanced technology, some resembling Asgardian design, other components suggesting unfamiliar origins, indicated connections beyond their publicly known associations. As recovery operations proceeded, Issei found himself studying recovered equipment fragments with growing concern. One particular component caught his attention, a crystalline power source with energy signature. That triggered recognition despite never having seen it before. "This isn't from any Earth technology," he noted, holding the fractured crystal carefully. "But somehow I recognize the energy pattern." Rossweisse examined it with scholarly precision. Dimensional resonance crystalline matrix, similar to certain Asgardian designs but incorporating unfamiliar lattice structure. She glanced at him curiously. "You recognize it?" "Not consciously," Issei admitted. "More like instinctive familiarity." Before further analysis could proceed, the Ultimatrix pulsed with renewed energy, its interface displaying alert symbols. "Draconic energy signature approaching," it announced. "Identified. Tiamat, Chaos Karma Dragon." Moments later, reality rippled near the warehouse entrance as Tiamat materialized in her human form. Unlike her usual composed appearance, she showed signs of recent combat, clothing slightly disheveled, minor injuries visible despite accelerated healing. "The hero faction retreated through dimensional shift," she reported without preamble. "I attempted interception but encountered unexpected interference from unknown third party." "Third party?" Rias questioned with immediate concern. Another faction involved. Unconfirmed, Tiamat replied, approaching their group with focused attention on Issei. Though energy signature suggests involvement beyond standometers, her gaze shifted to the crystal fragment he still held. That component confirms suspicions. You recognize it? Issei asked, offering the fragment for her inspection. Tiamat examined it without touching, ancient eyes narrowing with recognition and concern. Manufactured crystalline matrix incorporating dimensional resonance properties similar to the Ultimatrix's operational mechanics. Not of this world, nor any connected to conventional supernatural realms. Another dimensional traveler, Rossweisse suggested, academic interest momentarily overshadowing tactical concerns. Or deliberate technological transfer, Tiamat countered grimly. Someone has provided the hero faction with equipment specifically designed to interact with the Ultimatrix's dimensional mechanics. The IM. Plications settled heavily over the gathered allies. Not merely human terrorists with sacred gears, but potentially connection to whatever extradimensional source had created the Ultimatrix itself, or at least similar technological origin. Could another Ultimatrix exist? Issei asked, the question weighing most heavily on his mind. Or something similar. Uncertain, Tiamat replied with uncharacteristic admission of limited knowledge. Though dimensional boundaries have grown increasingly permeable in recent months, what was once impossible becomes merely improbable under current conditions. As recovery operations continued around them, key representatives gathered to assess strategic implications of this development. The hero faction's retreat represented tactical victory but strategy. See uncertainty. Their acquisition of partial data and evidence of external technological support suggested future confrontations under less favorable conditions. We should maintain coalition defenses, Sona suggested practically. The coordinated response proved effective despite their specialized countermeasures. Agreed, Hokuto nodded. Lady Yasaka will approve extended yokai presence given these developments. Dimensional instability threatens all factions equally. Asgard will require comprehensive report regarding the dimensional technology they've acquired, Rossweisse added. Lord Din will be particularly concerned about adaptation of Norse designs. Throughout these discussions, Issei found his attention repeatedly drawn to the crystal fragment and Tiamat's evident recognition of its properties. When opportunity presented during assignment of follow-up responsibilities, he approached the dragon privately. You know more about this technology than you're saying, he observed quietly. It's connected to whatever's dormant inside me, isn't it? Tiamat studied him with ancient eyes that had witnessed civilizations rise and fall. Perceptive observation, she acknowledged. Yes, there are connections that extend beyond coincidence. The hero faction shouldn't have technology that interacts with the Ultimatrix so specifically, Issei continued, piecing together implications. Unless someone provided it who understands both alien technology and whatever draconic essence I supposedly contain. Correct again, Tiamat confirmed. Which narrows potential sources considerably. Are you going to tell me what's really happening? Issei pressed, frustration evident beneath careful control. Or continue with partial truths and cryptic hints. Something unexpected. Ted flickered across Tiamat's features, not her usual composed calculation but genuine concern. Today's events accelerate certain timelines, she acknowledged. Your dormant essence responded during the transformation cascade, didn't it? Moments of awareness beyond normal consciousness. The question startled Issei with its accuracy. During the disorienting cascade experience, brief moments had NDEED occurred, flashes of perspective that seemed to originate neither from his human consciousness nor the alien transformations. Memories that weren't memories. Knowledge without learning. How did you know? He asked, voice lowered to ensure privacy despite the bustling recovery activity around them. Because awakening follows predictable patterns, Tiamat replied, her own voice equally measured. The transformation cascade created consciousness instability that temporarily weakened whatever seals contain your dormant essence. She glanced toward allied representatives coordinating departure protocols. Then made apparent decision. Tonight, when recovery operations conclude, the mountain overlooking Kuo, come alone, and I will provide answers rather than implications. The promise hung between them, commitment to revelation after weeks of carefully measured information. Before Issei could respond, Tiamat turned toward approaching allies, her demeanor shifting seamlessly back to professional assessment. The dimensional residue requires neutralization, she stated for general benefit. I will oversee final containment to prevent lingering instability. As discussions resume, regarding technical cleanup procedures, Issei found himself studying Tiamat with new perspective. Behind her composed exterior and cosmic perspective, he sensed personal investment in his situation. That transcended mere academic interest or strategic calculation. Whatever dormant essence he supposedly contained, its nature clearly held significant importance to one of the most powerful dragons in existence. Tonight, it seemed, he would finally learn why. The mountain overlooking Kuo awaited with promised answers, along with implications that would inevitably reshape his understanding of Hi's own identity and the cosmic forces converging around the Ultimatrix bearer. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.